Hello, Jerry. How are you doing today? Andrea Sanri, how are you doing? I found out they did fix that problem in Simplify 3D version 5. It's just a little less intuitive, but I found the setting. The one of the admins found the setting to fix that, so that's awesome. I am definitely looking forward to fixing that. I'm doing okay. Happy victims. Those funnels are for the gallon jugs are working fantastically. You don't taste good humans, Joe. You gotta be a good lizard. We only taste bad humans. Good humans taste like garbage. So we don't eat good humans. We only eat bad humans. Yes. Yeah, if you're in the Vine program, you're not going to get much right now because they're all pushing their sales and all of their stuff. So you won't get much during the holidays. Now just remember, mean people taste good. Stupid people taste funny, but they're still perfectly edible. And politicians are absolutely divine, especially when they run. Well, I don't know about you humans, but when us lizards see one of our prey run, it gets the chase instinct going, and we really get excited. We like when our dinner runs. You say you can't catch your dinner anymore. Yes, I can. Unless you can outrun a missile, I can catch you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can't turn on the main hot water because my phone's out in the car.
All that's left is 2 plates, a mug, and the glass.
All right. About an hour, hour and a half, it'll be hot again.
Huh?
In about an hour, hour and a half, it'll be hot again. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Come back out in about an hour and a half. That's what I'm saying. Come back out in about an hour and a half, and it'll be hot again. Okay. Wuss. Wuss. Matt's makerspace. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you wait. The setting to fix this in Simplify 3D, we figured that out. Hey, red light, and it works perfectly. So where was it? Was it addition? No, infill. Okay, so you have to use both dense internal infill as well as solid layers. No, no, I'm not. So as you saw, when we set the dense infill, it still left a hole. But now they have this entire separate solid layers section. And this setting right here is what we need to mess with. Solid infill extra expansion. When you increase solid infill, yes, this is 5. When you increase solid infill extra expansion, I just set it to 500 millimeters square. So it's going to do it no matter what. It works perfectly. You can tell also how much infill, how much solid layers, whatever you want. And if the space that you're wanting to fill properly is too small, just decrease this number. So it'll handle that for any available space. And so now when we slice this, without me having to do any processes or any different settings, it does it exactly the way it's supposed to do it. So you can see I got my 5% infill, just because this thing is non-structural. It doesn't need a lot. And now it's going to, boom, there's my 25% for 3 layers, and my solid 3 top layers. So it's doing the 3 layers that I commanded for dense infill, because it knows a hole's coming up. And there it is right there. And because I increased the square area to 500 millimeters, it's filling in the entire hole instead of just filling in a little bit. And then it picks up and draws that on top. It also recognizes all layers. So when it gets to the top of this circle here, it also adds the 25%. So there's my 25% to make sure my 3 top layers are going to attach smoothly. And now this is automatic. I don't have to do anything. All I got to do is set my parameters. So on infill, I tell it I want 3 dense infill layers. Maybe if I'm going to do 25%, I probably want 4. 4 would be 0.8 millimeters. Might as well just go 5, 1 millimeter. But I think 4 would probably be enough. Because you might have a couple of failed lines, and this is going to build it up. And then you can change your threshold, how much you want. So if I set this to 100, for example, let's set it for 50. And I'll show you what I mean. It's still doing, so that means, oh, that's right, this is small. Forgot to make it 200%. Oh, it's still doing 100%. So that means that's smaller than 50? Oh, I guess it must be. Let's try 10. There we go. So now I set it for 10. Now it still does my dense infill, but it does it bigger. It goes further in. See? You can see it passes all of these lines here, so it's stronger. But that's not really necessary, but this is what it was doing before. So all I do is increase this to some, I just make it some preposterously large number. And now, no matter what, it puts a solid set of layers. So there's my solid infill, 25% to bridge, and then my solid top layers. Much, much better. That's exactly what it should be. And now this doesn't need an overlap of the dense infill because it's printing on top of a solid layer. So that'll be nice, clean, and strong. Exactly how it's supposed to be. And it's not split. It's one solid layer. So I'm so glad they fixed that, because there were some times where I would have to create 10 processes to optimize these layers to get it to print what I want. And now I don't have to do that anymore. Now I just click, done. And it's fully automatic. I don't have to do anything. Just set this to what I want, and it will take care of everything automatically. I can increase or decrease this as needed, but 25% is usually plenty. So that makes me very happy. Very, very happy indeed. I do still need to report that the gyroid infill is broken. When you go to lower percentages, it breaks it. Here, I'll show you what I mean. So if we pick gyroid, and it does slice faster. You can see here, see that one and that one, they're printing in midair. So these three are okay, but this one and this one are printing in midair. Those aren't going to print. It's smart enough to go straight across here. That's interesting. It's smart. I should do this one straight across too. But that only happens at the lower percentages. You can see it's just an air gap. So this will probably end up attaching to this, but these two are definitely just going to droop. They're just going to air gap. Although I don't. Does Cura and Prusa do that too? But I just use grid. So very happy about that. People have been reporting on the missing checkmark option here. I'm hoping maybe they'll add that back and connect it to the processes, because there are times where I could use one process for multiple models, and just having the ability to turn models on and off would be nice. But we'll see. But the addition of being able to see my processes, the extra infills, and them finally fixing this dense infill option, yeah, that's well worth it to me. This will be good for years. I mean, the other slicers would have to come up with some amazing new feature to get me to switch. But as you see, no more processes. I don't have to do any processes anymore. Now it's just built in, which I really like. Well, pretty much anything is better than Cura, so Cura sucks. I hate Cura. It's okay. It's not bad. I mean, if you learn how to tweak it, I guess it's fine. But it's such a pain in the ass. You're probably better off with Prusa Slicer or Idea Maker or Simplify 3D. Anything besides Cura. Cura is such a nudge. So, one thing I hate is having to go through big boxes to get to my K-Cups, especially the ones that I use all the time. I have a nice bamboo drawer thing for the K-Cups, but I'd rather use that for a variety of flavors. But the ones that I always drink over and over again, the Vermont Maple and the... I forgot what the other one's called. I don't know how, but I forgot somehow. Alright, so what I'm going to do is make a model of this. And we are going to make it 0.1 millimeters. We are going to center it on the model here. And this is a neat little trick that I learned. So I made this 0.1 millimeters thick, so we're going to get a profile of this, a cutout. And I centered it. And I want to get rid of the entire model except for that little profile that I can then stretch to make a cut tool for a holder that we're going to print in vase mode. And the way you do that is first you do something very skinny, 0.1 millimeters. And you want to make sure you're not going to have any issues with adding too much of the curve that exists in the model. And then you duplicate it. So Control D. And now this is very simple. You're going to pick one. You're going to grab it from the top. And you're going to stretch it down through the model. You're going to combine it with the model and merge it. Oh, I didn't do it enough. We need a little bit more. There we go. Combine it with the model. Then we're going to grab the other one, but we're going to grab it from the bottom and then stretch it up through the top. And then join that. And that's going to leave us this little itty bitty sliver. That's 0.1 millimeters thick that we can then stretch to be as high as we want. And now we have a profile cut tool that will allow us to fit the K-cup into our slot. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the dimensions of this. So we're going to add a 0.2 millimeter variance. So 44.4. Nope, that's width. But we're going to add a variance there too. So 44.4. Call it 50.4. 50.4. That's not what I wanted. Didn't get the 0. So now we have 0.2 millimeter on the front and back and the left and right. And this will now be a cut tool that we can use to make a vase mode model. 0. Let's keep it short for now so it's easier to manipulate. So now we need to build our vase mode model around this. Probably, let's see, how do I want to do this? I guess start with a square. And that's probably enough of the K-cup to enclose. So this is 50.4 wide. I want a 0.2 millimeter spacing, which I already have, kind of. And then I need 2 layers of plastic. But I want to make this a little bit bigger. I don't want it to be super skinny. So first thing, let's shape this. I want to add a radius. This is not going to need it. The cups are going to be exposed. So you're going to be able to see the cups. So there we go. Now I have a little bit of rounding. Print. What did I... We didn't make a new model last week because I have everything printed. We have the F-15 rocket printed. So we got the F-15 rocket printed. It came out fantastic. I cannot wait to fly that. We also got the updated model of the sauce packet holder printed. So it now has a divot here, which makes it a little easier to put it in and also reduces how much plastic you have to use. That also gives you exposure to get to the screw holes in the back here. Then, of course, you also have access to the screw holes in the back there. You can see them right there. So that is finished. The only thing I might be able to improve on this is to make these corners rounded instead of squared, but I kind of like them squared. I mean, it kind of looks good squared. I like it. So I think I'm going to leave them nice and chiseled. It gives it a clean look. And so I still have to make the one for the sauce packets. Of course I drop it. What else is new? So I haven't figured out the most ideal way to do the sauce packets yet. And then of course I also did the funnels. So the funnels are done. You have the one that pops onto the snap fit bottles, and you also have the one that screws onto the screw fit bottles. By the way, as long as you use a finger to hold it, the screw fit will fit the snap fit, so you don't have to print both if you don't want to. But if you have someone like my sister who has a little dexterity issue, snap fit is good because it won't fall off. Hey, Nadav. So yeah, I believe I printed everything. And those are all linked down below. So now we're going to do the same thing. Yeah, it was the week before. So now we're going to do the same thing, but I'm going to do it with this piece here because I want these curved edges, but I don't want them top and bottom. So again, we take a square, make it bigger than our object. We make it 0.1. Okay. We bring it anywhere in the center, close is fine for this object. But if you want to make sure, just center it. Then you duplicate it. Then you take one and stretch it from the top through itself to the bottom. Merge it. Then you take the other one and you grab it from the bottom. You got to make sure it switches. There it is. There, it switched. So you got to make sure that arrow's down. And then you grab it through itself to the top. And when you do that, why? You'll end up with this little sliver. And now I can stretch this, be as big as I want. And this will be the cutout through it. Just like that. So now I can manipulate and scale this however big I want it to be. Let's go approximately that. Let's center it. I do not need this much thickness here. Actually, what I need to do is I want this to be a single wall here. So the way we do that is we put the work plane here. We place an object here. Then we place the work plane on this side of the object. And then we can move this relative to that work plane. There it is. So we need this to be 0.4 and 0.4, which is 0.8. So 0. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah. 0.8. Now I can get rid of all this. So this will make sure that this will print with two walls. Actually, that we don't want to do that. It's going to be too weak. Let's see. Let's make it 3 millimeters. And we'll put some ribs in there for strength. Let's make it 4 millimeters. Yeah. Do I want it that? Yeah, we want to. That's good. I bet you 3 will be enough. We might as well leave this here in case we need it. Actually, shove it down below. Okay. Let's make this bigger than the print bed. Let's see, bring this down to the 0 mark and make it 225 tall. Grab this, make it as tall. Okay. That is the basic outline. We should be able to join this now. Let's save this as a tool in case we want to do any more of this kind of stuff. Okay. This one should be super easy to do. So now we have our shape with enough tolerance that we should be able to slide a K-cup into there. And this we can always scale it a tiny bit. You can scale it 10% without too much difficulty. Okay, now that is our back wall, which we will need. God, I hate when it makes everything red. Red is such a horrible color. At least pure red like that is such a horrible color on screen. Okay. Now the good news is this can all be done with straight cuts. So we don't have to do any piercing, bisecting, or splitting, which would be nice. So I'm probably going to want to add 2 ribs here and 3 ribs here. Probably even 2 ribs here would be fine. No, 3, 'cause we're actually going to put multiple holes so that we can use either sticky tape or zip ties. Yeah. So let's start. We take a square. That's not what I want you to do. Now the bottom, we don't want to have any cuts in it. No, this is going to be straight. No, let's have a proper bottom. So 3 layers, 0.8. 6. 0.6. Zero 0.01. That makes it super thin. Let's do this. Control D. It's not what I wanted. Control D. And Control D. Okay, we join those 3 together. Add our work plane back to here. Now we adjust this again. So we need it to be 0.75. 0.75 to guarantee we. I hate when it does that. It's like, why does it make my box go away? Okay. Center it. That way. Okay. Work plane back down here. Okay. Split these apart because this one has to go. No, we have no enclosed space, so we do not need a full pass-through. We can leave them joined together as one. Because we're not actually enclosing the space, we don't have to cut all the way through the model. No new 3D printers. One of these days, I'd like to see if I could build like a micro 3D printer using 10mm rails. A really, really skinny extrusion rail. I'm wondering if I can make a really tiny 3D printer using something like that. I'd love to try that. So let's break this apart so I can copy this one. Now let's join these back together again. Take this, and we want to rotate it 90 degrees. And now, put the work plane on the side. Give me a cube here. And I need a work plane on the side here. And give me a cube here. Okay, now we put the work plane here. And now we should be able to take this and make it. It's not giving me what I want. There it is. 0.75. No, I haven't. Okay, Control D. Why'd you do that? Oh, because I told it to do that because I'm an idiot. Control D. There we go. Now we put the work plane here. And we do the same thing. Of course, it's off the screen. Oh, I'm through it. That's why. Why does it keep putting it off? See, my fucking box is up off the screen here. Why does it keep messing with me like that? Why is it putting it so far out here? I don't get that. No. Nope, I have not gotten a Cobra Max. I would love to get a Cobra Max. Because the Chiron is like one of my favorite printers. Good machine. Okay. So I should be able to join these. And then move them into position. So I'd say lining them up with that spot there. And then having another one, say, here. It's probably more reinforcements than I need, but it'll be nice and strong. We're making a K-cup dispenser or holder kind of deal. So that gets my reinforcement slits, so I can print this in vase mode. That looks good. Now, one thing you might want to do on something like this, so far, very happy with it. Especially now that I've found the fix for this. To fix the setting right here. So that when I have one shape on top of another shape, it actually prints the way it's supposed to. So here you can see I got light infill because this part doesn't need to have a lot of strength. And then right before it switches to the top layers, it goes dense infill, and then it goes solid top layers, and then it prints, which is something it would not do before. And that is super easy now. All you do is go into infill, set how many dense infill layers you want, what percentage of infill you want, and then also your solid layers. What you do is you increase the solid fill extra expansion. I just made it some arbitrarily large number, so that now, instead of doing, in the past, it would do this. As you can see, that's basically useless, because that dense infill and those solid layers are still printing over a hole. So it's putting the dense infill where it needs to, but it's still keeping the hole. So all you do is increase solid infill extra expansion. And that also affects dense internal infill. So I just set this to arbitrarily 500 millimeters. Just so I know no matter how big a model I make, it's going to do it. And now I no longer need to create separate processes. Before, I would have to create one process for the dense infill, another process for the solid layers, and then another process for the light infill of this layer, and then another process for the dense infill of this layer before it finally finishes the process, the top layer. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 processes I have to create. Now I don't have to create any. Now it just, with the settings that I've chosen, it even does the dense infill for the top here. So before it finishes that top layer, I no longer have to manually do that anymore. It now is fully automatic. Wonderful. This is wonderful. If you've ever printed a large model with stair steps, and you notice how the stair steps don't quite print right unless you use a lot of infill or a lot of top layers, that problem will now be gone. So on top of that, if you do make multiple processes, so let's say I split this up, tools, variable settings, okay. I can, let's say I add a process there, and I add a process there, and a process here, and a process here, and a process here. So here's my processes. Okay. The problem is once I hit OK to this, it's gone. You can't see those ever again. They're just not there anymore. So you have to guess where these processes are. Now, if you select them, it'll actually highlight the volume of space occupied by that process. So whatever one you pick, it'll show you what section of the model is going to be affected by that process. And of course, it'll show you all of them if you select them all. Those two things I just showed you there alone are worth it to me. I am totally happy with just those two upgrades, because those are two things that I use a lot. Obviously it has way more differences. So it has different infills now. They added more infills, more infill settings. You could also do it'll actually acknowledge the difference between horizontal compensation for outer and inner. So outer compensation adjusts the size of the model a little bit, while inner will only adjust holes. That could be really nice if your model's off by just a tiny bit. You can, instead of, especially if you're downloading something off Thingiverse and you have something that screws into something, it's a little tight, you can just adjust the hole compensation, and that'll make it just slightly different. I like the fact that you can now control island control. So when you print something in Simplify 3, let me show you. Let's see. So let's say you have, let's say you're printing something like this. So you get to the point where you're printing these little islands, okay? So the way it would normally work is it might go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then start one again here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The problem is, now this wouldn't be a problem. This would be easy, but if you were printing little spires, you're gonna go, you know, print, 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 print. You see what I'm doing? 1, 2, 3, again, 1, 2, 3, again, 1, 2, 3. The problem is you'll overheat a layer. So by printing this layer and then printing it again before going back and printing these, it's more efficient because you're not conducting as many travel movements, but it's less efficient in that you're overheating the layers. And sometimes slowing down isn't enough because of how small it is. So you can change the way it prioritizes the order now. So you can tell it do it most efficiently or do it in a fixed order. So 1, 2, 3, then come back here. 1, 2, 3, then come back here. 1, 2, 3. By doing it that way, it's coming back to here. This one now has a chance to cool down before the nozzle gets back to it to print another layer again. And you control that in here. Layers. So here, island printing order. Minimize print time is the way Simplify 3D normally does it. Or you can say consistent order. So whatever order you decide to do, you pick the most efficient order, but then you keep that order when you do it. So you don't go 1 through 9, then 9 through 1. You go 1 through 9, 1 through 9, 1 through 9. This way, 1 has a chance to cool down before it gets back again to 1 again. So that's a nice feature. I don't know what all at once is. No idea what that is. But minimize print time is usually the best way to do it. But when you have small, little, tiny islands, like especially if you were printing if you were printing one of those calibration tests that have the little spikes, this will make a difference there. Now, of course, by going consistent order, you have to watch your ooze control because you're going to have more stringing because you're moving a greater distance for travel movements. One thing I don't like is that I think it used to be under advanced. Yeah, it used to be right here above thin wall. Now my custom zones is here. And I hate that because I want this back in here because I use this a lot. So if you create custom process, so let's say tools, variable settings. Let's say I create, a 3-set process here. Now I have 3 processes here. Normally I can come into here, go to advanced, and I can just change where it's at. But now you see it's in here. Now I have to go in here and change the start and stop. So the start and stop for each layer is now in here. And that's really annoying because I putz with this a lot. And I hate the fact that now I have to click here, then click here to make changes to this. I'd rather than put it back in here. I mean, what the hell? You have the fucking space. There's plenty of space right there. Just move this back down and put it back here. So if you go into the original Simplify 3D, it's right here. See? Layer modifications. Yeah, it'll merge them together and handle it. It did that before, but it's a little more intelligent now about it, and it's a little smarter about it. Also, their manifold model correction algorithm is now working. So in the past, these models that I make, these vase mode models, I don't know why, but for some reason, there was a glitch in the model, and Simplify 3D couldn't fix it properly. But I'd have to put it in 3D Builder and correct it, and that's assuming 3D Builder could correct it. I've had models where 3D Builder couldn't fix it. It was too complex. And now I don't have to do anything. It auto-corrects the model properly in Simplify 3D. So that's nice that I don't have to putz with that anymore. But I'd like to see them put my layer modifications back in here where it belongs instead of under this stupid button. I don't know why anybody thought putting it under a button was a good idea. Why make me click 3 more times? Why the hell would you make me click 3 more times? That doesn't make any sense. It's not like they added more here and they had to push something out to make more space. You got tons of space. Look at all this dead space. Put it back. I'm hoping they'll put it back. More intelligent bridging control. Let's see. What other change did they make? It looks like they finally fixed the settings for Delta printers. So you no longer have to do the weird 0.77 multiplication math to enter the settings for a Delta. You can enter it properly now. It handles it like it's supposed to, it looks like. I haven't tested that yet, but it looks like they fixed that. You have a bit more fine control over speed overrides. Also, this is another big section that I like too. I haven't tested it yet to see how accurate it is, but in theory, this should allow you to make your print estimates much more accurate, because this allows you to put in the actual settings for your printer. For example, my CR6SE is firmware limited to 25 millimeters per second for extruder acceleration for the retraction and push. Yet this is set for 3,000. Now you say, well, wait a minute. How much of a time difference can retraction make? Well, add 10,000 retractions to a model. Even if you're only off by 0.1 second, 10,000 retractions is going to add up a lot, because it's 10,000. It's a 0.1 seconds on the retract, 0.1 seconds on the push. That's 0.2 seconds. And if you have even say 1,000 of them, so 1,000 times 0.2, that's 200 seconds. So retractions alone are going to make a 3.5 minute difference. You add a 10,000 retraction model, and now you're talking about 35, 40 minutes discrepancy on your algorithm to predict how long the model's going to take. Well, now I can tell the slicer my printer is limited to 25 millimeters per second retraction. So now when it calculates the time necessary, that time will be more accurate. So if I set my XY acceleration to 500, if I set my Z acceleration to 16.7, which I believe is what it is, okay, XY jerk is 5. Z jerk I'm going to leave alone, extrude jerk I'm going to leave alone. So this is a much more accurate representation of how my printer actually works. And so by doing this, I should get more accurate print time estimations. So all that should make a pretty big difference. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it works. But just this setting alone, just this these settings, this dense infill and solid layer support settings alone, is going to save me hours and hours and hours of time. It's going to save me just tremendous amount of time in having to create multiple processes. And Cura and Prusa are going to have the same problem, and it requires the same solution. You're going to have to create custom layers to do it, and you can't create custom layers anywhere near as easily as you can here. The one difference in custom layers is that I think Cura does it, and I'm pretty sure Prusa does it as well, is that you can create volume custom layers, which you can't do in Simplify 3D. Simplify 3D only does it by Z layer. So I can make the infill here different than the infill here. But I can't make the infill here different than the infill here. Now there's very, very few cases where you would need to do that, but you can in Cura and Simplify and Prusa Slicer. You cannot in Simplify 3D. You could split the model up if you need to, but you can't I can't create X and Y multiple processes. Yeah, exactly. You can create a shape, and then you can tell Cura and Prusa Slicer anything in that shape has different settings. Exactly. While in Simplify 3D, it's strictly Z layers. Now, the reality is, using that option in Cura and Prusa Slicer is a pain in the fucking ass. To the point where I have no idea how to do it. I have to look it up each time I want to do it. What the hell? Yeah, maybe. But I'm betting the minis will work just fine for Z layers. So very, very happy with the changes they've made so far. Happy that they actually made any changes at all. And they actually seem to have improved it quite a bit. Hopefully they'll make a few more improvements. Yeah, because the trees are going to need substantially different settings than the rest of the model. Yeah, I can see that being a big difference. You can do that in Simplify 3D simply by having it as separate models. Yeah, I totally wasn't expecting it. I thought Simplify 3D was dead. So I am very, very pleased to see that it's not dead. And it does slice faster. Now, for whatever reason, the slice preview window is you can see even on a small, even on this little tiny model, it still does it exactly right. See, I got my 5% fill, then it switches to 25%, then it switches to solid, and then it prints the model on top, exactly as it's supposed to. That is look at that. It's just got a cross. That's all I need. You really don't need much more. And then when it gets to the top, it adds the 25%, and then it adds the solids. It's well worth the $60. Well worth it. Grab it now while I still have a $10 discount. But yeah, I'm very, very happy. There's a few more things I would like to see. I mean, I no guarantee they'll do it. For example, I would like to see how I got a skirt on this model. It would be nice to see them add automatic bed adhesion functions. So, for example, I'm assuming it does not have that. Additions, raft, prime pillar, ooze shield. Yeah, they don't have it. So, first thing is I'd like to see this skirt brim. I'd like to see that be a toggle. So instead of a checkbox turning it on or off, well, yeah, well, you'd still need the checkbox. But over here, have a toggle. So, have this say on off, and then over here have a skirt brim toggle, so that I can pick my settings for brim and pick my settings for skirt. And then, as a matter of fact, even having 3 would be nice. They didn't add tree supports, but they did add dynamic supports. The ability to have a support that will start out here and then come in. So kind of like tree supports. More of like a geometric tree support. But yeah, they do have something in between. Something, a third option besides tree. They do have that now. Well, here, I think I can show you. Let's try it. Let's do 300. And let's see, Y rotation 180. So, well, to be fair, the support Simplify 3D had worked incredibly well. And it still works better than most other program support. But let's say I want to support this, but I don't want the support coming up around the column. Yeah, it did use a lot. Now, I've never done this before, so I don't know exactly how to do this. How do we do this? I don't know how to do this. Okay. That's normal support. That's what you'd expect to see. I don't know how to do it. I'm going to have to look up how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I can show you a picture of it. They have adaptive layers now as well. I can show you a picture of it. They have a picture of it in here somewhere. Hey, they added more to this. I'm going to have to read through this again. They're not showing the support thing now. Well, that's interesting. Why aren't they showing? No, that's an old one. 5. They're not showing it. Why'd they take that off? Is it something they're still working on, maybe? I don't know. They had a picture that perfectly showed it. There it is. There it is. Custom support shapes. So, for example, you can... I'm trying to drag it around as if it's something I can manipulate. So, this is what I mean. Now, I don't know how to... It can do this. I don't know how to do it yet. So, you see how, because of this bulge here, you can't put support straight up from the side. So now you can have the support start here, and the support works its way in until it's underneath the model. This is what I was trying to show you. As far as how to do that, I don't know. Support infill. Oh, you can do infill patterns for the support. That's interesting. Yeah, we already know about this. Hey, someone wants to lick my balls. Bye-bye, lick my balls. Now, what I would like to see is to have a thin box of support here come up, and then as it gets close to here, so instead of being a block of support like this, have it be a narrow tower like this that expands out toward the top to save on the amount of material. That would be nice. Okay. Is there anything else I need to do? That looks way too high. That is way too high. How did that happen? Is that a simple cut away? Yeah. So now my first layers will be solid. Okay. Uh, 229 is too tall, but that's okay. That'll print fine. I better fix that. Let's see. Split it again. Let's take this. Join it with this. Split that first. Then I should be able to adjust the height of this. 225. And then join it. There we go. Now it's correct. Because that'll bite me in the butt later if I don't take care of that now. Now we want to add my hexagon little divots. So put that there. Take this, put it here. Come on. Would you stop picking these stupid dark colors that you can't fucking see? God, I hate when it does that. It's like, why would it pick such stupid colors? Take this and this, join them together, center them. Okay. Now, where's my box? My box got moved? Yes, it did. Okay. Work plane. Cube. Really? You put it right up in my face, right? There. Now I need to make this 0.8. 0.8. Okay, turn them into a cut. So Control D and Control D. Enough. D and Control D. That looks pretty good to me. Let me join them. There. Now those will print cleanly. You can drill a hole through them if you want. And then you can either run zip ties, screws, sticky tape, whatever you want. Now I also need a stop on the end. So I need a way to slide the K-cup out. Actually, I think the easiest way to have the K-cup slide out is to force it out. I think I can do that pretty easily simply by having something like this. Why does it keep using dark colors? Oh, they are. See how they're embedded? So those are 3 millimeters in. You'd have to have some pretty big heads to interfere with that. So I think we're going to do something like this. There we go. We have some overlap. Bring this in until we are lined up with that. Then we bring this in like that. Okay. Let's bring this in so we have a full overlap like that. And that won't interfere with our slice. Oh, yeah. Right there. Okay. Now we bring in a box. And we square it off a little bit. Like that. And why is it doing that? It wants to join. It tried to join it with the whole goddamn thing again. Okay. Okay. This is to catch the K-cup so the K-cup doesn't fall through. Because I want it to be vase mode. And if I'm not careful, I'll break vase mode. By having a nub, the nub would need to be relatively substantial. And I want to try to print the whole thing in vase mode. So I'm trying to come up with an elegant solution. Control D. Let's slide you over here. Then rotate 180. So the K-cups, I don't have one over here. The K-cup sides here would be caught by those nubs, but the K-cup sides are flexible, so they'll squish a little bit. So you should be able to just grab it and push it past that nub. So the trick is to make the nub big enough that the weight of the stack of K-cups can't push them out, but also not so big that you can't just push it out yourself. I think I understand what you're talking about. Making a curved path in Tinkercad, that would be tough to do. That would be exceptionally difficult to accomplish in Tinkercad. Yeah, this is vertical. There we go. Now, why didn't that line up cleanly? See how this one's lined up cleanly? Why is this one not clean? Which surface is it? They look clean. No, this is for a vertical. I don't know why that's like that. That's annoying as hell. Let's try it and see what it does in the slicer. So we should be able to do 3 top, 3 bottom, 1 perimeter vase mode. We don't need any expansion. Fastest printing should be fine. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Because our infill is going to be 0. Let's reset. Okay. Okay, let's try it. This should be as simple as slice. I shouldn't have to do anything. Oh, I wanted to add something else. There is something else I wanted to add. Okay. At least there's nothing there. That's good. So the way I have this set up to work is that the first layer doesn't have the slits, so that the first layer is a little bit more reliable to print. And then by layer 3, now you're in vase mode. Just like that. So these are just reinforcements to make it stiffer. Okay. That looks good. We don't actually need to close the top, but it'll look nicer if I close the top. So I have it set to close the top. Perfect. Okay, now you could get rid of these slits at the top 3 layers, but I think this bridging will work better with the slits in place because you have more attachment points for it to attach, and you really don't notice it in the model. So I'm going to leave those there. Now, there is one thing I do want to correct. Not correct, but enhance the printability. What is this attached to? Nothing. Okay. So one thing I'd like to do is to chamfer this opening here a little bit. So probably the easiest way to do that would be to put a triangle in here like this. Let's get this up to the top here like this, so I can see it. Now what I'm going to do is just enough to skew that edge a little bit. So if we do that, and we do this, now let's center it. Okay. And now what we can do is I can just increase this. See, I can chop away a little bit of that edge right there. I like that. And now we can make this a cut tool, and it will chop away just a little bit of that edge. Why won't you let me move? Come on. Not what I wanted to do. Oh yeah, I gotta grab this one. Okay. Now I can also increase the angle a little bit, as long as it doesn't touch anything else. Let's increase that a little more. Yeah, I like that. See? So now we're going to just nip this corner a little bit. So we'll still have the, it'll still be getting held. Now I can also decrease the angle a little bit like that. And then recenter. Why does it do that? Okay. There we go. I am liking that. Let's join it and see what it looks like. There we go. So now we have a little bit of a chamfered edge here. So it shouldn't resist as much to put the K-cups in. Yeah, I think I like that. Now, if this little shape here is a little too tight, we could just increase the width of this model a little bit. I have a 0.05 variance built in, so we can increase that a little bit without causing a problem. You can adjust it by 5 or 10%, and it'll still properly connect. And this also will take very little plastic. Export STL. Okay. Now let's get rid of this. Grab the new one. There. So now you can see we have that little bit of a chamfer there, so that it's less likely to grab the model, the cup, when we print it. So that should work really nice. And the question is, can I get away without using a brim? Although a brim shouldn't be that big of a problem. These might actually be too big. We'll see. The K-cups are pretty flexible. You can squish them. And that will only consume 28 grams of plastic. So this is 225 millimeters tall, and it's only going to consume 28 grams of plastic. Not bad. Not bad at all. How many will that hold? Actually, I didn't even think about that. I don't know. Let's find out. Why would you do that? Okay, there it is. And that right there. That would be sitting on top of the nubs. See? They'll sit right on top of those nubs. And then this side should just collapse a little bit when I force the K-cup through. Let's do a Control D and lift it up. Control D, D, D. Okay, so I'm going to want to make it 250. Yeah, definitely going to want to make it 250 so I can hold 5. And then, of course, the idea would be you can print multiple of these and join them together. So I'm going to have to make an extension version of this. So I got to figure out a way to make it easy to join them together. Because that's not nearly as many as I would like. So I'd like to build 10 or 15, which means I would need to make 3 of these. And if you were to mount these horizontally, you wouldn't even need nubs. Because they would just stay put. They're not going to go anywhere. Okay. Let's keep these. Let's join them together. And let's hide that. Okay. So let's separate that. Let's separate that. Oh, that's the nubs. Let's separate that. Those are my hexagons. And let's separate that. There's the slots. Okay, so the slots I'm going to want to be one piece. So I should be able to do this. Join them. And then hide them. Okay. How do I want to do this? So I want to join this with this. Okay. Now I want to take these, join them together. So I want to make this 250. Well, 245. Okay. That way I'm not modifying the size of the nubs. And I take this, and I move this entire array up. That did not work. Why didn't that work? Do I have multiple here? Yes, I do. I don't need you. There we go. Let's just move that up a little bit so it's a bit more centered. I can now join that with this. I can join these. Now if I show this, I can hide that again. My slots are tall enough, but I'm going to make them a little taller. Okay. Join the slots. Let's change this to a different color. Okay, that looks good. Let's show my cups, and now we can hold 5 cups, no problem. Now, oh really? Okay. They're pretty close in size. No, though the point of the 6 holes is for flexibility. It costs me nothing to add these, so I want the flexibility. So there's 3 ways you can attach this. You can use screws. If I were to use screws, I'd put 1 here and 1 here. 2 screws is all you need. But I also might just punch these out, make holes, and use zip ties. Although I just realized zip ties would be a problem. Because zip ties would interfere with the K-cups. Ooh, I didn't think of that. Ooh, I didn't think of that. I need to put a divot in here. These need a divot for the... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I didn't think of that. Yeah, or you can use double-sided tape. But for example, the kitchen rack that I have is made up of all square tubing and pipes. So double stick tape's not going to work, not enough surface area. Screws aren't going to work because it's metal. So you'd want zip ties. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I need to retain vase mode printability. Okay. Magnets are too easy to bump into and knock off with something this small. And the reason I have them in the center is because in case it starts to bow. Magnets would be good for like on the fridge, and you can stick magnets in there, and that would probably work. But on something like this, they wouldn't have a strong enough bond. And zip ties are dirt cheap, and we all have them. Hell, you can even use bread bag twist ties. So what I need to do is put a slot in here so that the zip tie can be not exposed. That's why there's two. So out one side and the other side. So probably the easiest way to do that would be something like this. Okay. Let's I want to make it as tall as the hexagon. Like that. And let's make it 4.5 millimeters tall. And now we put a cut cube on here. And we bring that cut cube out 3 millimeters. So that we have a flat. Join. There we go. Now we rotate. It's around 180. Like that. And we insert. Like that. Then we can shrink this down to, say, that. That should not impinge upon that. It should be just touching it. Just like that. That should work pretty good. Let's center it. Actually, put the work plane back here. That'll make centering it easier. Center. Good. Control D. And bring it down. Well, why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's not what I grabbed. Good. Control D again. God, you'd think they'd make it smart enough so their own control interface doesn't overlap. Boy, is that annoying. There we go. Like that. Okay. I do believe that will work. Jesus Christ. There. Now we retain our vase mode printability. I think. Yeah, that'll come out, over, out, over. Okay, that'll be fine. So that we keep our vase mode. Okay. And now there's a place for the zip ties to hide. Okay. So now the zip ties will be inside that cavity and they won't interfere with the K-cups being slid in. Okay, now we need a... This gets tricky. This is the hard part. I need to interface the two halves together. Yeah, 0.4 nozzle. Well, also, not only do you save plastic, but you save time. And also, you increase the probability of success. So, for example, this here is saying 4 hours, 47 minutes, but that's at a very conservative speeds. Let's see, outer perimeter 100%. Since we're going to be in vase mode, 70 millimeters per second. Not what I want. 70 millimeters per second. First layer. I love the fact that I can pick absolutes now. So I can tell it 15 millimeters per second. So no matter what I make my speed, my first layer will still be 15 millimeters per second. Which is exactly what I want. So we're looking at still 4 hours and 46 minutes, huh? That doesn't make any sense. I told it to go faster. How could it take only 1 minute less? I mean, that's pretty fast, but still. Is there some other setting that is affecting? No, I'm not going outside the firmware limits. Well, of course it would be. I ain't got one. Let's see. There is a setting. Oh, here we go. Reduce for excessively print. Yeah, we're gonna turn. I always turn those off. There you go. 1 hour 48 minutes. That's more like it. So 1 hour 48 minutes to print this. Now, if I were to print this in regular, let's go 333 with an infill of, say, 5%. You really don't need more infill than 5% for something like this. $15 hours. So it's the difference between 15 hours. Wait a minute. Nope, 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 nope. Something's wrong. Yeah, it's printing it solid. I'm gonna say that's a long time. Why is it printing it solid? I bet you it's this. I bet you this is doing it. Now, that's another thing they need. They need the ability to turn this off. Because this is how much you want to bet this is what's causing that problem. Even though I have no top and bottom. This should not take that long. It's still printing it solid. Why is it printing it solid? Did I change something? Infill percentage 5%, rectilinear. It has to be those settings. There's an override occurring somewhere. It's printing it solid. Well, we don't need more than 2. There's some sort of an override occurring. No, it's actually printing infill. That's different. Yeah, see, it's still printing certain parts of it. Oh, wait a minute. I know what that is. They need the ability to turn this off. That's annoying. It's this right here. Solid infill threshold. Let's go 0. I actually might have to increase that. No, there it goes. 6 hours. Yeah, that's exactly what it was doing. It was, for some reason, it was printing solid layers. So infill 5% rec. There we go. 7.5 hours. That's not enough infill. Let's go 10%. Rectilinear should work. There we go. That's enough infill. Now, technically, I don't need this infill because I have these ribs, but we're simulating printing this without these ribs. So the ribs are going to probably add a little bit of time, so let's call it 8 hours. So 8 hours versus less than 2 hours. Okay, that's interesting that um, that this setting should have the solid layers and dense infill should have no effect. This should not be used for this model at all. So that's a bug they're going to have to look at. Because this model has no interfaces. This model has no, this being printed on top of this. It's supposed to detect this interface between this shape and this shape. But for some reason, it's adding solid layers to a model that very clearly doesn't need it. So I fixed it by simply turning it off, setting it all to zeros. So it'd be nice if they had a toggle switch to turn that on and off. Since it's affecting models it shouldn't affect. So with 2 perimeters and 10% infill, rectilinear, so it's not a whole lot of infill. This is taking 8 hours to print. But if I were to print this in vase mode, it prints in 1 hour and 48 minutes. So you're saving 6 hours by printing this in vase mode. Oh, what about the plastic usage? 28 grams versus 65 grams. So almost a third of the plastic and a fourth the print time. You could print it flat on your back, but it's not going to be very strong. Well, first of all, you have this dead overhang here. That's going to make that impossible to print. So yeah, that wouldn't work. You might get away with it, but this would be sloppy. So no, you couldn't print this on its back. Because you need this slot. The only way to print this on its back would be to extend this chamfer all the way to the corner so that this was a chamfer instead of a chamfer with a flat. Then you might be able to get away with putting it on the back. Why would that be risky? Why would that be risky at all? Oh, this is not printing correctly. Oh, because it has infill. Duh. So what? Do you notice something about this model? No, for any printer, this will be just fine. Do you notice something about the model? There's no retractions. There's no travel moves. And on this particular model, there's no weird angles. All the surfaces are almost completely vertical. Okay, so one of the advantages of printing in vase mode is that collisions are unheard of. Unless you have a weird geometry in the model, like an extreme angle, you're never going to have a collision because the nozzle is continuously moving up. It doesn't matter. You can jerk as much as you want. You can set your jerk to 1,000. It won't matter because it's not moving. There is no jerk. Okay. You're thinking of print in, print in, print in, print in, which can't happen in this model because it's vase mode. The most this bed is going to move back and forth is 19 millimeters. The y-axis on your printer is going to move no more than through a 19 millimeter space. Oh yeah, sure. So this is one continuous extrusion that never stops. There's no retractions, there's no pauses, there's no stops. It's one, there's no layers. This model has no layers because layers require print, stop, lift, print, stop, lift, print, stop, lift. This has no layers. It's one continuous circumference, and that speed is going to stay the same throughout that entire print as it goes up. It's one candy cane spiral all the way up. That's the cool thing about vase mode. The probability of this failing is almost zero. As long as the first layer goes down, as long as that first layer is stuck to the model, you're good. You are golden. Now, if that first layer don't stick, well, yeah, of course, it can get knocked over. But that would happen no matter what you printed. Whether you printed horizontal or not, whether you had an Ender 5 or not, if it doesn't stay put down. But even a regular print mode should be okay with this because there's no extreme angles, there's no crazy overhangs and stuff like that. So you should be okay. This is the old model. So let's get the new model in here. Export. There we go. Okay, so here is how it's going to print that. So it starts off with that, which is kind of like a one of these ribs. Okay, so when this comes out, it's actually going to touch this, almost, not quite, and then it's going to do that. So everything is at an angle. There you go. Yeah, when you realize the advantages of vase mode, that all you have to do is make sure that first layer sticks, and we can do that with a brim. Let's do a 0 and do a 10. Probably don't need 10. 7's probably enough. Go 8. There we go. So that brim ought to keep that from going anywhere. You shouldn't have any problems. that brim is big enough that you'll have that bed level fine-tuned before it gets to the actual model. And also remember, there's almost no plastic here. Even with this giant brim, it's still only 31 grams. Less than half the amount of plastic and a fourth the amount of time. So this will print quickly. It'll print error-free because it's vase mode. There's no stop and start. There's no retraction and push. There's no blobs. It's never pausing. It's one continuous motion from start to end. One continuous long extrusion from start to end, which never stops. I did. Oh, no, we can't put a hole. There's no way to put a hole in here. If you put a hole in there, you break vase mode. So for that section where the hole is, vase mode can't work. And I don't want to do that. Yeah, there's no way to do that without putting a hole in it. Putting a hole in it would break vase mode. Oh my God, yawning. But yeah, you can't put a hole in there because you'll break vase mode. Now, keep in mind, these are touching. So you can see those layers basically touch. They do touch. They're 0.8 millimeters apart, so the extrusion is going to make these two touch. So this will be a solid, almost 1 millimeter thick layer of plastic right here. So you can just, heat up the tip of a screwdriver and put a hole in there. Take a drill bit, put a hole in there. The only time you would have to make a hole is for zip ties. If you're going to use a screw, the screw will go right through that. So you don't have to worry about making a hole. Hey, 3D Medic. So you don't have to worry about that at all. And the only time you would have to make a hole is if you were to use zip ties. But you have the option to. Oh, God. I can't stop yawning. Oh, I saw Avatar yesterday. Very good. I'm very pleased with it. Believe it or not, the movie is just over 3 hours, and it feels like they rushed certain parts of it, like the humans coming back to Pandora. They made this big, show. I can't see 3D, so no. 9 hours? Wow. I'd watch 9 hours of Avatar. The world is so immersive that, it didn't feel like a 3-hour movie. It felt, I don't know, it actually felt a little rushed. Because there's a few things that annoyed me. First, they had too many ships. They went to such great lengths to describe how expensive these antimatter ships were that came from Earth. And they come back with a dozen of them. Yeah, I agree. Especially the school scene in the woods. Yep. The all the antimatter starships coming from Earth, way too many of them. I mean, if you're gonna do that, then you need to have a 20-year separation, because 10 years is how long the flight's gonna take. Because the ship has to accelerate to near the speed of light, cruise for 4 years, and then decelerate from the speed of light. That trip is probably going to take. It's only going to take about 5 or 6 years for the occupants on the ship, or about 4 years for the occupants on the ship, but it's going to take about 10 years to make that trip. Okay, so that's not possible, because it would take 4 years to send a message back to Earth saying, "Hey, we just got booted off the planet and we're heading home now." Okay, so that's going to take 4 years, 4.2 years, because that's the speed of light. And then it's going to take 8 to 10 years for another ship to make the trip from Earth back to Pandora. So the minimum time from the Na'vi throw everybody off the planet to the new ship arriving from Earth is about 14 years. Oh, yes, I do know that. It's called physics. The Pandora is a moon around a gas giant around Alpha Centauri, which is 4.24 light years. So it's going to take 4.2 years for a signal to get from Pandora to Earth. And then you can do the math on acceleration. You know, how long it's going to, if they accelerate at 1G, how long it'll take for them to get to the speed of light, how long they can coast in 0G at near the speed of light. And keep in mind, they didn't have very much shielding on that ship, so how close could they get to the speed of light? That's going to make a pretty big difference. And then it has to turn around and decelerate back down to planetary velocities at the other end. So you're looking at least 8 years travel time, 6 to 8 years. Well, I don't think they can do it in 6. Maybe. It depends on how much fuel they have and how much shielding they have. But let's call it 6 to 8 years. So 10 years would be theoretically possible. 4 years for a signal to get back to Earth. 6 years for a new ship to make it out to Alpha Centauri. But they sent a fleet of ships. You're telling me they had a fleet of these antimatter ships just floating around Earth? And said, hey, let's launch the Armada to Pandora. Why not? We haven't launched it already. Now let's launch it. No, that's not how that works. It'll take them at least 10 years to build the ships. So it should have been 20 years before they got back to Pandora. 4 years for the signal to get to Earth. 8 to 10 years for them to build the fleet of ships. And then, 6 to 8 years to get that fleet back out to Alpha Centauri. So the timetable, way too small. Either the timetable's too small, or the number of ships they sent was way too much. I can tell you exactly what happened. Someone sat down and did the math and said, okay, 4 years for the signal to get back to Earth, 6 or 7 years for the ship to get back out to Alpha Centauri, and then the VFX artist went, these ships look cool. Control V, Control V, Control V. Let's copy a bunch of them. Without considering how long it would take Earth to build those goddamn ships. No, they weren't on their way. Why would they be sending a fleet of them? Remember, they were already turning down services. They were already turning down the frequency of trips to Alpha Centauri. Remember they were talking how they used to be a lot more active, and now it was just, one ship every now and then. So they were actually spinning down operations because they were just mining the unobtainium. And so they would have no reason, and you're not getting anywhere else in the universe in a ship like that. Alpha Centauri is about the limit for a ship like that. You would need different technology to go further. Let's put it this way. That ship that they sent to Alpha Centauri, that was the Geo Metro of antimatter starships. That was the minimum. That was, we're taking almost nothing with us. Because that thing was all heat sinks and antimatter and engines. So, there's no way in hell that thing was going to go any kind of distance more than 4 or 5 light years. The next nearest star was 6 light years. Maybe. But that would be pushing it. That would be pushing it for that technology. Now, those same engines could do it, but you're going to need a bigger ship. Because you're going to need more consumables, more resources, because the trip is going to take so much longer. So you would need a substantially larger vessel to go substantially further than 4 light years. So the only reason they would make those ships is to go to Alpha Centauri. I don't know. We'll have to find out. I'm using the math. Assuming a 1G acceleration, we could probably figure it out. 1G. So you're okay at 1G. You're only going to reach 0.77 C after a year. I'm sorry, 1.19 years. It's going to take 1.2 years, and they would have traveled half a light year. Let's see. Does it tell me the actual time? Oh, this is probably pretty realistic. So you're looking at let's use 0.8 C, because to go faster than 0.8 C takes substantially more energy and takes substantially more radiation shielding. So if you travel at 0.8 C, it's going to take 1.2 years. That's 2.4 years of acceleration. So 2.4. And you will have covered 1 light year, well, 1.2 light years, about 0.6 light years during each acceleration phase. Now, that means you have 3.2 light years left. 3.2 divided by 0.8 is 4 years. So it's 6.5 years. So travel time to Alpha Centauri is 6.5 years. Because you have 2.5 years of acceleration. Well, actually, it's a little less than that. 1.2. No, we're going to do 1.25 because we're going to 0.8. And that'll also get us 0.6 light years, which makes the numbers really nice. But you have to multiply that by 2 because you got to accelerate to 0.8 C, and then you have to decelerate at 0.8 C. So you're looking at 4 years of coast and 2.5 years of acceleration. That's asking a lot. That's a lot of acceleration. But hey, let's assume we can do it. Keep in mind, if they're capable of making a fucking antimatter star, this is where Cameron screwed up. This is where James Cameron really fucked up on Avatar. They made an antimatter starship that could accelerate for 2.5 years. Actually, they made an antimatter starship that could accelerate for 5 years continuously. Because 2.5 years out, 2.5 years to slow down, both ways. Because that ship can make it from Earth to Alpha Centauri and back to Earth again. That's 5 years under continuous 1G acceleration. Yep. So it's going to. So the only way they could do that is they'd have to go a little bit faster than 0.8 C. So they'd have to go like 0.85 C. If they made it to 0.85 C, the trip would be about 6 years. So 6.5 years of acceleration time, travel time, each way. That's 13 years round trip. Now, they don't have to make the round trip because they can send a radio signal, which will knock 2.5 years off the time. So you're looking at 4.2 years. 4.2 years. 0.2 years for the signal to get from Pandora to Earth. That's assuming, and keep in mind, we do not have the technology to send a signal from Pandora to Earth. We can't do it. We don't know how to do it. No intelligible signal that we could generate would make it from Alpha Centauri to Earth. So the fastest way to get a usable signal from Alpha Centauri to Earth would be to send the ship back to Earth. Because, look at how much difficulty we're having communicating with the Voyager probes. And they're barely outside of the solar system. So communicating back to Earth would be incredibly difficult. But let's assume they know how to do it. 4.2 years. And then let's assume they launch a ship immediately, like within a month. they say, okay, we're launching a ship back to Alpha Centauri. 10.7 years. So assuming they're going slightly faster, 10 years actually kind of works. But then the VFX artists kind of hit the control pace too many times for the antimatter starship. Because when did they build all those ships? So how many... Does anybody have any pictures yet? So here's the ship. Right? So they had like at least 5 or 6 of these ships. I want to say 6, maybe more. There's a lot of them. There was an incredible number of them that they had. And they had to have the fuel on board for a round trip for 6 ships. Do you guys have any idea how much energy you can extract from antimatter? They're making enough antimatter to send a fleet of starships 4 light years. Earth doesn't have an energy problem. Earth has a political problem. Because if you can make enough antimatter to send a fleet of starships to fucking 4 light years away and back, then you have enough antimatter to power Earth for centuries. You can literally provide power for Earth for centuries. Pollution? Pollution is there's no such thing as pollution. There's no such thing. With that much energy, you could brute force remove the pollution from the atmosphere. Because power's a non-issue. One of the biggest limitations of anything that we can do to clean up the environment is power. Will producing the power to run the operation to clean up the environment make more waste than the pollution itself? So if you have antimatter in those kinds of quantities, we're talking, with 6 starships, we're talking possibly a kilogram of antimatter or more. That's that's enough to destroy the whole planet. You can blow up Earth with that much antimatter. I mean, if you set off a kilogram of antimatter on Earth, I mean, the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs would be playing marbles. Blink! And this is where they need science advisors. This is why they need science advisors. To let them know, hey guys, this is bullshit. You've got Earth's energy crisis solved. Thank you, Colin. What energy crisis? You've got kilograms of antimatter. Oh my god. Hell yeah, thank you, buddy. $50 from Colin. You rock, dude. Oh my god, it just dawned on me. They have so much energy. Wow. You know something? Oh, that was from someone else? Hang on, let me go into PayPal. Well, oh, give me a break. Motorcycle, 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 motorcycle. Oh, just let me in the damn site. Jesus. Oh, wow. Dude. You guys rock. Richard, $50. Colin, $100. That is awesome. Oh, this, by the way, I ordered those CHT variant nozzles. The one that CNC Kitchen reviewed. I actually would not consider them a copycat of the CHT. I'd consider them a variant and probably an improvement. And they have 1.2 millimeter. Yes. So I got some 4, 6, and 8, and I got some 1.2s. But what's interesting is that he actually kind of fixes this problem in Avatar 2. You see, in Avatar 1, unobtainium was what they wanted. They wanted that mineral that was allowed them to make energy because Earth was running out of energy, which is complete bullshit because they have antimatter, so they have plenty of energy. The material they were seeking in Avatar 2, I'm not going to spoil it for you, actually makes a hell of a lot more sense. The vial that's worth $80 million, although that number's too small. That number is way too small. It should have been like $800 million. So he went way too small in the value of that vial. But basically, immortality. That makes a lot more sense. Because that makes sense to spend that much energy to get. The rich, wealthy elite, they're going to want that. Who wouldn't want immortality? So that's a much more believable goal for Earth to expend that many resources to come get. And also, you want to move humans from Earth to Pandora? No, that's not going to work. That can never work. Okay. So, again, this is a case of Cameron's writers not paying attention to what they're writing. You have a Gaia ecosystem. You have Iowa, who is a global sentient life form that connects the entire planet. You don't have to breathe the air. You can terraform. That's actually not a problem. It's too high CO2. That's actually not a big deal. But it's going to be a lot easier. If you have the ability to make that much antimatter, you have the ability to terraform that planet. But here's the problem. The only way you can terraform that planet is to kill that planet. You have to nuke Pandora into a wasteland and then attempt to terraform it. But at that point, you're better off just fixing Earth. Why do you have to nuke it into a wasteland? Because I was not going to let you. You have a global sentient life form who is hostile to you. She's not going to let you bring all your people there and destroy this planet. Moon. She's not going to let you. So the only way you're going to move people to Earth is to kill the new planet you're trying to move to, which would defeat the point of trying to move to that planet, because it wouldn't be a paradise anymore. Oh my god. And then they fucked up again. And again, this is because they didn't have a science. Now, keep in mind, this does not detract from the movie. The movie was amazing. This is Science Space Geek Chris. You're channeling Science Space Geek Chris now, who sees these flaws, because that's the kind of stuff I'm into. So, they did something really stupid because it looked really cool. Because they did not consider the ramifications of what they were doing. They used NASA's tethering technology. You know, that big rover that we just landed on Mars, and we did it with the rocket-propelled tether. This rocket hovered, lowered a cable with the 1-ton rover down to Mars, and then flew off and crashed. Okay? So they did that with antimatter starships. So you create this hyper delicate, barely able to make it 4 light years antimatter starship, and you're going to use your 1G of acceleration, which is probably the most that thing can put out, to enter an atmosphere under thrust and land something with that? No, that's not how that works. That thing is never surviving atmospheric reentry, even under thrust. And then on top of that, you're going to destroy the planet. It's an antimatter engine. The amount of radiation you're pouring out. It's not just rocket thrust creating heat. It's an antimatter annihilation event. And you're landing it on a planet. No! That's not how that works. That can never be how that works. The planet would be unlivable for hundreds of miles around the landing site. But then you have no thrust. The thrust comes from the antimatter. And then they're going to launch that ship back up into orbit. Because if that ship crashes on the planet, it's going to crack it in half. Oh, man, nasty. Oh, I need somebody to put this. Yuck. Woo. Okay. I guess people don't understand what's going on here. Okay. The way a rocket motor works, it's a mass driver. A rocket motor is a mass driver. So you are combusting propellant inside this rocket motor, and you are taking the results of that combustion and you're spraying it out the back. Okay. For every action, or for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Okay. So if I throw mass out of the rocket this way, I push mass this way, that also pushes this mass this way. Okay. So you can actually see this happen on the ground. If I come up to you and push you like that, you're going to be flat on your ass, okay? Because I'm 400 pounds, you're probably 160, whoever you are, and if I come up to you and give you a good shove, you're going to go flying backwards on your ass. However, if we were both in space, where we didn't have friction and gravity to help us, if I came up to you and just went push like that, you'd go flying that way, and I would go flying that way. Action, reaction. We would push apart, and we would both do this. Now, I would move away slower than you because I have a higher mass. So it takes more energy per unit volume. They don't have force fields. We already know that. The Avatar technology is like 50 years in the future. They're near future technology. They don't have shields yet. Because if you have shields, you have a whole bunch of other things too. There's a whole bunch of other technologies that would come along with having shields. For example, fusion reactors would be cakewalk with shields. You would have no energy crisis because you'd have fusion power everywhere. Yeah, but there's your problem though. There's no way in hell a chemical rocket is going to have enough thrust, enough fuel to bring something like that into the atmosphere to a stop, land something, and then go back up again. You're never going to carry enough reaction mass. That's the reason we can't get outside of our near planetary system. Jupiter is about as far as we can go. We really can't go any further than Jupiter. And even Jupiter would be a monumental undertaking. And that's because you have to carry a certain amount of reaction mass in order your fuel has what's called an ISP. It's the amount of mass you have, and how fast you can make that mass move out the back is based on how fast you can make that rocket go. The reason the Avatar ships are even possible at all is because of antimatter. You see, I can get, with an antimatter drive unit and a sufficient shielding, You can go anywhere in the entire universe in one person's lifetime. Anywhere in the entire universe. It'll take you an infinite amount of time to do it, but time won't be passing for you. Because as you approach the speed of light, time gets slower and slower and slower and slower. So, for example, the trick for the people on the starship. Well, now here's the other thing. I'm betting that my no, 6.5 years should be possible. So the interesting thing is that it took 6.5 years to get to Alpha Centauri. And he also experienced 6.5 years, which is kind of weird. But that's because he didn't go all the way to the speed of light, and he experienced more time at slower speed. So if you could instantly, boom, jump to 0.8c, you would only experience 3.2 years getting to Alpha Centauri. But because you have to accelerate to that 0.8c, it actually works out to about the same amount of time. But the only reason that ship is even possible is because of antimatter. So these little balls here, see these little balls? Those are going to be their magnetic traps. Okay? These are going to be the magnetic traps. That's where the antimatter is. Because if antimatter touches any regular matter, it's So these are going to be where the mag traps are in these little balls here. Come on. I don't want to play the movie. There it is. These balls here, those are going to be where the antimatter is stored. So you're going to have reaction mass in one, and you're going to have antimatter in the other. At least in theory, that's where they should be. Or they might be up here, because that's a lot. That's way too much antimatter. See, I'm trying to figure this ship out. This is where the people are. The people are up here. And the ship is here. No people exist in this section of the ship. It's not possible for any people to exist in this section of the ship. There's also a lot going wrong with this design. Oh, wait a minute. I'm betting it thrusts from this end. So it's using the ship as shielding mass. Which means I don't know what the mirror's for. What's the mirror for? You're not getting power from that. It'd be interesting to get a breakdown of the design of this ship. But in one of these balls is going to be your reaction mass and your antimatter. Believe it or not, they won't need that much antimatter. Probably 200 or 300 grams. Nah, the solar sail would be 1,000 times larger than that. And also, a solar sail is only a planetary system. So you'd basically have to be Mars or closer to gain any usage from a solar sail. But you probably have to have about 200 or 300 grams of antimatter for the round trip on that ship. Yeah, it has to be. The antimatter has to be in the ball, because you're going to need a magnetic trap to hold the antimatter. And when you use, they're not using electric rockets. They're using antimatter rockets. So they're basically using a crude reaction mass rocket, but they're using antimatter. The word explosive is like calling a stick of dynamite a firecracker. The difference between that much antimatter and an explosion is about the same as the difference between a little firecracker that you buy in 7-Eleven to a stick of dynamite, and a stick of dynamite to a thermonuclear detonation. Okay? Matter works by matter-antimatter annihilation. So if you take a hydrogen atom and you have an antihydrogen atom, and those two atoms touch, you get what's called an annihilation event, where there is no matter left over. You completely destroy the matter, and E equals mc squared. You convert that matter into energy. To put this in perspective, the amount of matter that a thermonuclear detonation converts to energy is less than 2%. Okay? So converting less than 2% of your reaction mass to energy results in a thermonuclear detonation. Antimatter is a 100% conversion of matter to energy. That's why they need so little. That's why they need so little antimatter to make a trip like that. Actually 200 grams would probably be too much. It might need less than 200 grams to make that whole trip there and back. Now Star Trek, for example, uses orders of magnitude more energy, but they came up with a plot tool that allows them to do that. Dilithium crystals, which allows them to harness the energy from a matter-antimatter annihilation without blowing up the ship, converting it directly to energy. Instead of a very wasteful matter-antimatter ship that Avatar is using, which is throwing the matter and antimatter out the back of the starship. Okay? So, Star Trek is using a matter-antimatter annihilation, capturing that energy and using that energy to form a warp bubble and drive a warp engine. Avatar is literally cavemaning antimatter. This is the caveman version of an antimatter drive. They're matter-antimatter in the reaction chamber and spinning it out the back as a rocket motor, which is still, orders and orders and orders and orders of magnitude more efficient than any chemical rocket we have. Because here's the problem. With a chemical rocket, I mean, look at a Saturn V. Let me show you. This is a Saturn V rocket. Okay? All of this rocket, this rocket is fucking huge. How big is this rocket? Here we go. All of this rocket is fuel. This is all fuel. All fuel. All fuel. And 2/3 of this is all fuel. It's all fuel just to get this itty bitty capsule to the moon and back. Because every time you add more fuel, you have to add more rocket mass to hold that fuel, and you need bigger engines, which are heavier, to use that fuel, which means you need more fuel, more fuel, more fuel. If Earth had a 1.3 G gravity well, rockets wouldn't work. If gravity on planet Earth was just a little bit higher, chemical rockets wouldn't work. We'd have to go directly to nuclear rockets to be able to get off the planet. So thank God our gravity isn't too high. If you're stuck on a planet with high gravity and not enough fissile material to make a nuclear rocket engine, you're fucked. You're never getting off that planet. So here, the 5 F1 engines, 7.5 million pounds of thrust. And they are using 214,000 gallons of kerosene and 346,000 gallons of oxygen, which weighs a total of 5 million pounds. And that's just for this stage. And then you drop this stage to make the whole rocket lighter so that this smaller rocket engine can push this a little bit higher. Then you drop this stage to make the rocket lighter so that this smaller rocket fuel and engine can push this itty bitty thing a little bit higher. So it takes all of this to get 3 people into orbit. Or to the moon. That's why even the giant SpaceX Starship is going to have to refuel in orbit to go anywhere else. Because it's going to use all of its fuel just getting into space. I mean, they launched a... here. They launched this giant thing. Come on, give me a freaking picture. They launched this giant thing just to send a car on a one-way trip to Mars. Okay? So that is 3 Falcon rockets, 3 of them, plus the second stage Falcon, plus the little motor inside this stage, just to get the mass of one car out to Mars. And that's not landing on Mars. That's just doing a flyby in the vicinity of Mars, because it has no fuel to slow down. That's why we aerobrake. That's why we fly into an atmosphere and aerobrake in the atmosphere. You see that in Space Odyssey, because you can save half of your fuel mass by using the air at the other end to slow down. And that's why they had to join the 2 ships together to get enough reaction mass to get the 1 ship back in time. And that was taking the slow, long way back. So antimatter means I can fit enough fuel in the tip of this rocket right there to put 100 of these in space. All right? But here's the problem. You can't launch an antimatter rocket from the surface of a planet. You can't do that. Because you're going to irradiate hundreds of square miles of the surface of your planet with radiation. Because you're doing a full mass annihilation. You're annihilating 100% of a mass to energy. The amount of gamma, beta, alpha, X-ray radiation that you're going to be just spewing everywhere. Oh, very energy intensive. Yeah, well, all rockets are what do you call that? Phallic looking. So that's why this is the engineering portion of the ship, and this itty bitty section up here is where the people are. Everything you see in the avatar on the ships is up here in this little section here. That gives you an idea of just how freaking huge this thing is. I mean, you remember the big winged craft, the big winged shuttle that they flew down into the atmosphere? There's one right there. That itty bitty thing right there. That's this big giant shuttle here. They got 2 of them. Okay? So that gives you an idea of how big this is and how absolutely massive this is. Okay? RDA cannot build this ship. I'm sorry. RDA cannot build an antimatter starship. This would take the resources of the entirety of planet Earth to build. Now, they might be able to build something like this in Avatar 2. Because in Avatar 2, they have those, they basically call them mobile upscale nanobots. They have those little robots that go around and build everything. Okay? The little spider-like robots. Those are like human-sized nanobots. With that technology, maybe RDA could build something like this. But, 10 years ago, no, they couldn't do it. This is a planetary expenditure. The United States could never build something like this. The whole of the United States could not build something like this. It would take all of the countries of the entire planet working together to build something with our current technology, to build something this monumentally huge. I mean, this thing is, how big? It doesn't say. How big Avatar ship? Does anybody even know how big it is? How big is the starship? It's not telling us. How long ISV Venture Star? Hey, I was right. The round trip journey is 14 and a half years. So the 6 years is the time experienced on the ship. So that's time dilation. So I was being optimistic. It's not 6.5 years, it's 7.25 years. It takes 7.25 years. So the minimum time to get a ship back to Pandora would have been 7.5, 11.5 years. So the timing in the show is about right. Because remember, 1 year passes, then 10 years passes. So 11.5 years is about the time required. But that ignores the time necessary to build all those ships. And it would take years, if not decades, to build that many ships. So it's 14.5 years travel time, 12 years experience time, relativistic time. So they saved 1.5 years on their lives, basically. And yeah, a distance of 4.37 light years. And it looks like, oh, this is interesting. And the antimatter ship would allow them to do this. Okay, so one of the biggest problems with space travel is, oddly enough, gravity. Without gravity, human beings die. We can't exist without gravity. Human beings cannot exist in 0G. Not for any length of time. When we get back into a gravity well, our bodies are wrecked. Because we lose our muscle mass, we lose our bone density, we lose calcium. In fact, you stay in space too long, the damage could be permanent, meaning you have to stay in space. You can never come back to Earth again. It would kill you. So I was wondering how they handled that. I was wondering how they dealt with that. And they dealt with that by never coasting. So apparently the flight profile for the Venture Star was about half a year at 1.5 G, which gets them to 0.7 C. And then it's, oh no, it says cruise. So they did cruise for 6 years. How did they handle the muscle problems? So they accelerated at 1.5 G for half a year, and then they cruised for 5.83 years at 0.7 C. Hey, drone shots. Okay, so here is a Wikipedia. Maybe they'll have dimensions. No, that's the shuttle. That's not the Venture Star. Okay, that's different. I want the Avatar Venture Star. How big was it? I'm surprised there's no dimensions for it. Oh, here we go. I would love if somebody made a 3D model of the Venture Star. I would love to print a giant, like 10-foot long model of this. Oh, that'd be so awesome. How come I don't see what I want to see? I want to see this. I want to see these dimensions. The fucking drawing's right there. Okay, so Google must have it saved, but I want to save that picture. That's just a beautiful shot. So does nobody have the dimensions of it? No, I haven't. So there's no dimensions for this thing? I want to see this picture. But the picture is clearly low res enough that I'm not going to get dimensions out of that. come on, someone's got to have. Oh, that's actually what they showed in the movie. This is somebody's drawing that they made a long time ago, but that is actually how they thrust. So it's a tractor arrangement. How are they protecting everybody from the radiation? This exhaust plume is going to be releasing a ridiculous amount of radiation. Come on, someone's got to have dimensions. Oh, here's some dimensions. Is it? Yeah, size. Well, that's wrong. It's obviously not 1.64 meters. Oh, 1,600. The ship is 1.6 kilometers long. Holy shit. Wow. Holy crap. I didn't even think it was that big. It's 5,400 feet long. Holy, it's almost a mile long. It is a mile. It's just over a mile. Wow. That's incredible. Not full scale, that's for sure. Even a 10th scale would be 54 feet. I'd have to make it, let's see, 1/200th scale at about 10 feet long. Because most of the length is just the spindle in the middle. If I were to make a 10-foot version of this ship, I mean, all of this together is about a foot. Maybe a foot and a half. And this would be about 3 feet. So it's really not that big a model. It's just got a lot of this crap in between. But, wow. There's no way in hell that thing is entering an atmosphere. No way. That was bullshit science, and they know it. I mean, it makes enough thrust. It can fire at 1.5 G. So it does technically make enough thrust to do the job, but structurally, there's just no way that's going to hold together. Entering an atmosphere and exiting again. I just don't see that happening. On top of that, you're going to take out half a continent in radiation damage. I mean, Jesus. And it's 330 meters wide and 218 meters tall. Jesus. Wow. That's incredible. Yeah, 0.7 C makes sense for maximum speed because, believe it or not, space is not empty. You know, there's about a particle per cubic meter in space. And you're thinking, well, that's not a lot. Well, start going 130,000 miles per second, and suddenly those particles are going to start to hurt when they hit you. So, any faster than 0.7 C, and you'd start running into problems of space dust tearing you apart. I still don't know what this is, though. What is this for? Huh. That's Star Trek. It's not solar panels because they're stacked. I don't know. Most likely there's some sort of a fusion reactor on board. And so some of this is going to be reaction mass for the fusion generator because it has to generate power for 14 years. It doesn't make sense though. You can't sail with that. Yeah, see, you wouldn't even want to fire. You would not want to fire these antimatter drives even while in orbit, because even from orbit, these are going to produce enough radiation to impact the planet. So that makes sense that you would have a planetary fusion engine for maneuvering close to the planet, because anything within range of the exhaust of that engine is just going to get roasted. And that's why that's what doesn't make sense about this design is how do you protect these people? See, the way you would normally do it is you would bring water with you. So this crew quarters thing here would be down here, covered with shielding, and then all of your water would be in a tank in between you and the engines, so that the water would be your radiation shield. So I'm wondering, they must have some they must have some plot loophole for shielding. Laser shield. For laser communications or for laser acceleration? The problem is any laser powerful enough to shoot from Earth and hit this to help it accelerate would be powerful enough to damage all of this. Oh no, it's in the back. It's in the back, so it would be pushing this way. So this is the front of the ship. So these are the exhausts, spraying the exhaust this way. This is the back of the ship. So it could be for laser propulsion. Earth could, during the initial thrust phase, Earth could hit this with a laser to help push the ship. A laser solar sail, so to speak. Oh, that's right. Okay, so it is laser solar sail, which is why it doesn't have to be nearly as big. It's only 300 meters across. It's probably right. You got a link to that? You can email it to me since it's not going to let you post it. I got an itch and I need to scratch. Oh, that feels good to itch. Do they have a 3D model of the ISC Venture Star? Not quite. Nope, I don't want that. I'm not going to sign in. And that does not look like the actual movie ship, though. That does, though. What are you doing? No one has ever made a model of this? And why does it do this? Where I lose the dark, so something broken, Let's do Avatar. So the problem with Avatar is that it's easy to get confused with Avatar: The Last Airbender. No, that's not the right model. That's not what the ship looks like. Well, it does say they have 10 of them. Apparently they have 10 of those ships, so I guess it is possible they could have launched all 10 of them. I still call bullshit on that. I still call it very unlikely. It would have taken years to plan such a trip. I'll keep looking. Hopefully somebody does have a 3D model of that ship. Hey, DeWitt, how are you doing? Oh, let's finish up that model while we're doing that. How would I join these together? The easiest way to join these together is to get rid of the struts. So I want to take this and I'm going to join it with this and this and this. Okay. Now let's get rid of all my little helper cubes. I can always add them again easily enough. Okay, now the best way to do this. I changed the height. See, why can't Thingiverse or Tinkercad be smart enough to realize that the box I need is under here? Oh no, it's down here actually. So if I'm taking away 0.6, that means 249.4 should take me exactly to the top, and it does not. Why doesn't it? Oh, I made it 245. That's right, it's 245. So 240. Why can't I select just the 9.4? That's wrong. I'm sorry, 244.4. 244.4. That brings me exactly to the top. Now, if I want to go 1 millimeter less, let's go 243. So if I do that, I get a 1.4 millimeter interface. I think I need a bigger interface than 1.4 millimeters. Let's go 240. No, 239.4. Which will give me 5 millimeters to interface with. K-cup is... These are K-cups. So it's a single serving of coffee in this little cup. You stick that little cup inside the machine. The machine has water in the back. You stick the cup in there, close it, press the button, and it makes you a cup of coffee. Or a cup of tea or a cup of hot chocolate. But mostly coffee. It's a very convenience-friendly way of making coffee. No filters, no measuring out coffee grounds, nothing. You just take one of these cups, you throw it in the machine, you press the button, 3 minutes later you have a hot cup of coffee. If you try to buy name brands of these in the store, they're very expensive, especially per cup. But I can usually get them on Amazon for less than 30 cents each. So for 30 cents, I get an instant cup of coffee that I don't have to putz with or futz with. When you're done, you pull that out and you throw it away. It takes more than 30 seconds. 3 minutes is about right. If you count from the time you reach into your container and grab the K cup to the time you pull the K cup out and throw it in the garbage, about 3 minutes. You're looking at about 90 seconds for heat up. Anywhere from 70 to 90 seconds for heat up, to get the water hot enough. And then you have dispensing time. I usually make a large 12-ounce cup, so that takes a little bit longer, 50% longer to pour out 50% more water. So yeah, 3 minutes is probably about right. Now, I guess if you have a machine where you keep the water hot all the time, like the second cup is going to take half the time of the first cup, because now it's already heated up. It's already hot. The water's already near boiling. But that first, I keep my machine turned off to save electricity. So every time I turn it on, it has to heat up the water. I actually have this one. This is the one that I have. Because it takes both. When I was still in the Vine program, every now and then I saw Nespresso pods pop up, but I never got any because I didn't want to buy a Nespresso machine just to try them. So I got this instant machine because it takes both K-cups, fillables, and the Nespresso pods all in one machine. And then, of course, I got kicked out of Vine, so now I'll never get Nespresso pods. But I'm also glad because this machine's holding up. It holds up very well over time. In the back, there's a water cavity. So you pop this off and you can fill that with water. It'll hold half a gallon. Yeah, well, I count from when I go, I want a coffee copy, and I hit the power button. So from the time you hit the power button to the time you throw away the pod, it's about 3 minutes. Yeah, me too. Heats up when you throw and you turn on the machine. But it takes 70 to 90 seconds before it even begins putting water out. I'll have to actually time it, but I know it's well over 2 minutes. But I don't think it's much over 3 minutes. Maybe it's only 2. I don't know. It's not long. Put it that way, it's not long. It's a hell of a lot faster than a conventional coffee machine, that's for sure. And my gallon of water just finished distilling, which is awesome. Trying to show you the back of it. This is a different machine, but I have a tank in the back like that. Oh, I bet you the Amazon listing has. Wow. Yeah, that's expensive. $119 for a used one. You should get the used one. Jesus. I'm surprised they're not showing the back. But in the back here, there's a 68 ounce, half a gallon tank. But this is my favorite machine. Actually, I don't think I ever saved this into one of my lists. I should. This is by far my favorite machine. Household. The what's annoying, excuse me. So these are the pods that I use. This is my holder, which is really nice. I used to always think of bamboo as being, garbage. Being pretty crappy. And ever since they started making, these new different style bamboo furniture pieces, my entire perspective has changed. So I get these. So you can see the price went up. Oh wow. Look at that. It used to be $33. They raised the price $6. Wow. Cheap bastards. But Southern Pecan and Vermont Maple are my favorites. You can also get an assorted pack, so you can get a variety pack, so you can try all the flavors. And then once you figure out which flavors you like, you can just concentrate on the flavors you like. Like these are the two I buy now because they're my favorite. Can't believe they raised the price that much. Wow. So they raised the price 30%. Oh, but inflation's only 8%, but they're raising the prices 30%. Yeah. And then this is the machine I got. It's currently not available, which sucks, but it's got 2 drawers, and you put your machine on top. And this thing is incredible. I mean, the quality of the thicker, higher quality bamboo they're using is, I mean, I would be thrilled to hand that to somebody as a gift or to receive that as a gift. It's just an amazing quality unit. I'm used to the cheap bamboo tools that are just garbage, but this with the thick, well-made bamboo, oh, absolutely awesome. So, are there alternatives since that one's not available? Nope. So no one else makes that, huh? That's too bad. This is by far my favorite. The only thing I don't like about it is that it needs a stop on the back so you don't push the drawer too far in. That's the only change that I would make to it. But yeah, this is a beautiful setup. I'm going to add it anyway just in case it comes back in stock again. I don't know if it will. It might never come back. Kind of wish I'd have gotten a second one. It's just that nice. But I really don't need a second one. Plus, I think I could print something like this. This is something that would not be that hard to 3D print, especially if you have a big fat nozzle. You know, with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, this is going to take a very long time to print, even though it's just all plates. But with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, you could print this pretty fast. In less than a day. Just make it all out of hexagons. Actually, that would not be very hard to do. Let's putz with that. Let's finish this first. Okay. Let's see here. So this is 240. So I have a 5 millimeter interface. Bamboo couldn't print this. Well, it could print this, but the bamboo could not print this. It's nowhere near big enough. I'd want to do this in single pieces. So I'd want to do this. What is it? 4x4? It's 4x4 by 4.5. So 400 millimeter by 400 millimeter. But let's finish this first. So, how would I design the interface for this? Well, you can't scale it. Because that's not how it works. I'd have to break it up into pieces. I could. You know something? There's not enough space for 3, but there is enough space for 2. No, the indent for the zip tie still leaves me with a 1 millimeter thick wall. See? There's the indent. You still end up with a solid 1 millimeter thick wall. more than strong enough. Remember, this is only holding K-cups. So you have a 1 millimeter thick chunk of solid plastic here. That's going to be plenty strong enough. That's your zip tie layer right there. We want them together so there's nothing to crush. So there's no crush that can occur there. But yeah, you will have zero problems with strength there. This shows a gap, but there won't actually be a gap. If you look carefully, you can see the two layers of filament are actually going to touch. 1 millimeter might seem thin, but it's not. Because remember, this is a one continuous extrusion model, so there are no layers. There are no separate pieces. It's all one continuous extrusion of plastic. And it's only holding 5 K-cups. It just does not need to be that strong. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at the strength and integrity in this. I'm applying probably, I want to say maximum 10 pounds of force on that, which is a hell of a lot more force than this will ever experience in operation. So yeah, I'm not worried about strength. And that's the same thing here. That's what that is right there. So there's that dimple right there. Exactly. These are, it's like saying a Geo Metro is a weak, shitty car. Sure, if you try to rally drive the damn thing, it's a weak, shitty car. Or if you try to off-road it, actually that works better than you think because the car's so light. But just for chugging down the highway at 60 miles an hour, okay, it's fine. But as you can see, this is 2 layers thick. This is only 2 layers. Just 2. You have the outside layer and you have the inside layer. So this is literally 2 layers of plastic, single wall. All right? And what gives it this strength is I'm using structural engineering instead of raw brute force. So you can make something strong just by making it really thick, or you can make something strong by design. You can engineer it to have the amount of strength it needs, not the amount of strength that you might necessarily think you want, because you don't need it. So that's what these ribs are for. You can see it here. You can see these lines. Those are shadows. There's nothing there. That's smooth. Okay, what that is these ribs. So when you draw this, now yeah, if I printed this in vase mode without these ribs, it would probably still be strong enough in vase mode, although this would be a little wavy. It wouldn't be smooth. But I can add just, a half an hour worth of printing and a couple of grams worth of plastic where I add these structural reinforcement ribs. And these structural reinforcement ribs, there you go, right there, meaning the span between open spaces is small and constricted by these gaps. So here, this gap is actually 0. So this rib touches the outer wall and they will fuse together. That's why this is so strong. Okay? These ribs are the reinforcement to allow me to make this shape more efficient. Oh, I'm still on this one? Yep. I need to get my multi-screen setup going again. So these ribs actually touch. This comes out and touches the outer wall. So these are fused together. And the result is I'm using structural engineering. I'm using engineering design to make this part strong enough to perform the function it needs to perform. I mean, it's not like I'm going to be, hanging a pot from this or, using this to rock climb with. It's holding fucking K-cups. It just doesn't need to be very strong. There's just, there's basically designing for the need instead of overkill where it's not needed. And the result is, this is probably more durable than a conventional print because it's a continuous vase mode print. Hey, Duet, How much do you have all up in that Voron? Like, what did that Voron cost you to build? I imagine it costs way more than I can ever afford. But I'm wondering what you have all up in that Voron. That Voron 2.4. What did that cost you? My channel already blew up, and then COVID hit, and I ruined it, and so now I'm rebuilding it. That's my fault. Nothing I can do about that. I don't have a DeLorean with a flux capacitor, so I just gotta try to rebuild it. But my fault. It's 100% my fault. But let's see, where else can I show you this? Well, same thing here. This is a relatively weak part. So this is a relatively weak construct. There's not a whole lot of strength in this part. Oh, there is a decent amount, but I can squeeze this. I can flex this. Okay. Woo! Oh, okay. So you're talking $1,500. Wow. That's a lot of money. I definitely can't afford that. So this is actually the strongest part, structurally speaking. This is actually pretty strong. I could crush this with my hand if I wanted to. If I gave this a good and wanted to, I could crush this. But here's the thing. I can crush this conventional paper model too. Okay? So saying I can crush this doesn't mean anything. Will it handle the flight stresses of putting a rocket motor in it and launching it 1,000 feet up? Because that's all it needs to be strong enough to do. It doesn't have to be strong enough to hammer in a nail. It needs to be strong enough to be a model rocket. Yeah, I know. But you said they covered half of it, so that's 1,800 Canadian, which is probably about 1,500 US. Meaning way, way more money than I got. So the trick with this was, how little plastic could I design this part with that would also still be structurally sufficient to work as a model rocket? And the answer is 70 grams. I could probably make it a little lighter, but that's pretty close. No, I wouldn't want to go cheap because you pay for it later. Now the nice thing about this is absolutely everything is built in. So this is going to require the same amount of paper tubes as this requires. Okay? Because I'm going to have a paper tube in here in order to contain the motor and keep the motor's heat from melting the plastic, just like this one. So if you look at the inside of this one, you can see there's a paper tube inside there. And then this is the retention. This holds the motor in place. And then there's also going to be some kind of a layer inside here, so that inside this piece here, so that the exhaust gas, the ejection charge doesn't melt this tube, because I don't think this tube would handle the ejection gas very well. So there's also going to be a stuffer tube. There's going to be a tube stuck inside of here. Actually, that's pretty close. So a tube is going to be stuck inside here, and that tube will protect the plastic from the materials. Now, a rocket needs many different things. So looking at this portion of the rocket, you need launch lugs, because you have to slide this onto the launch rod to launch it. Okay. You also need fins. You also need a motor mount tube on the inside here. You also need a shock cord attachment point. So the other end of this shock cord has to attach somewhere inside there. Okay. So these are all the different things that you need inside of a rocket. Now, to go from this size tube to this size tube, you need centering rings, because this hole is smaller than this hole, so you need to adapt between them. Well, I designed all of that into this single piece model. So this single piece model has every aspect designed into one single vase mode print. The launch lugs are integrated into the actual model. The reinforcement ribs are integrated into the model. So these fins are nice and stiff and also nice and straight without being heavy. The transition from the outer size to the inner size on both ends is designed into the model. And I even designed these two channels here. You can just see them. See them right there? Those two little holes right there? That's so that I can send a Kevlar shock cord down through the hole on this end, out the bottom, back up the other hole on this end of the model, tie it, and now I have a shock cord mount built into the model. It's actually built into the 3D model of the rocket design. Now, you could theoretically do this, but this model will require nose weight. So you're going to have to put weight in the nose of this model in order to get it to balance. So a rocket has what's called center of pressure and center of gravity. Center of gravity is where the model balances. Okay, so right about there. This is without a motor, of course. You'd have to do this with a motor in it, because when you put the motor in it, it's going to be more like back here. Okay, because the motor is going to be the heaviest part of the rocket. So your rocket also has what's called a center of pressure. So think of that as center of gravity for aerodynamics. The center of pressure has to be in front of the center of gravity. I'm sorry. The center of gravity has to be in front of the center of pressure. So if my center of pressure is, say, up here, well, then I need my center of gravity to be in front of the center of pressure. Now, this model balances right about there. With the motor, it's probably going to balance here. But the center of pressure is probably going to be right about in this range here. So between these two fingers. That's probably about where the center of pressure is going to be. And that's going to be a problem, because if the center of pressure is behind the center of gravity, the rocket goes So I would have to add nose weight to this model to move the center of gravity forward. Okay, or I would have to add more fin area to the back to move the center of pressure back. Either way, either move fins back, make fins larger, or move center of gravity forward. Now, this does have 6 fins, and they are pretty beefy fins. So this might actually fly like this on a black powder motor with a 29 millimeter composite motor. You're going to need nose weight. But with like a D or an E engine, this might be stable with just a little bit of nose weight. And that would be a pretty nice sized rocket. But if you want to make it longer so that you don't have to add so much nose weight, I have an extension tube. And now the rocket is going to have a center of gravity right around there, which is well in front of the center of pressure. So on a model rocket, we want what's called 2 calibers of stability. Now, this only works for conventional rockets. If you have an oddball rocket, everything changes. So a caliber of stability is that you want the center of gravity in front of the center of pressure by 2 times the width of the body tube. So you take the width of the body tube, and you want your center of pressure to be 2 body tube diameters in front of your center of pressure. That's to make sure if things shift around, if there's a side wind, if there's any wind at all, because wind coming from the side is going to shift the center of pressure forward. And so you want enough margin of stability that if the chute shifts backwards, if the motor's a little heavier or sticking out the back a little more, or if there's a gust of wind from the side, that the rocket will still be stable. This one would be a little harder to do without nose weight. This one would not require any nose weight to get your margin of stability. That's why rockets tend to be long, because long is easier to make stable. And but yeah, that's basically finished. I might have to scale this hole a little bit up through here, because I may have goofed up and not. Theoretically, I could launch like a half A, quarter A rocket off my property, but I wouldn't want to do that except in the wintertime, because I would want the ground wet or snow covered, because fire hazards are a concern around here. Also, if it landed off my property, I got to go across somebody's fence line, so that'd be a problem. Now, a rocket glider I could probably get away with. I'm far enough away from houses that I can, it's safe from a safety code perspective. And because it's radio controlled, I can just land it at my feet. But again, you crash into someone's house, you might break a window or take out a roof tile, you can get in trouble. Then you got to pay for that. So be careful. That's why we tend to launch rockets out in the middle of nowhere. But there we go. Just lining up the seam. But yeah, that's completely vase mode printed. 3 pieces, 3 extrusions. That's it. 100% vase mode. And the only thing you have to add to this is the paper tubes. I'm even looking into possibly designing the threaded mount to make that also part of the model, like built into the model design. And what I would like to do at some point, I don't know if it's possible or not. Well, is it possible? Yes, absolutely. Do I have the necessary modeling skills to achieve it? I don't know. I would like to make the rocket modular. I'd like to make it so I can take the model apart, replace pieces if needed. So, for example, I would like to make a threaded mount built into Yep. But we have a lot of brush, so lots to burn. So I would like to design it so that the motor mount tube with the paper tube actually threads into this. So I print a piece that attaches to the paper tube. I slide it in and thread it in. So it actually threads into place. I would like to try to do that. I think that would be really freaking cool if I could figure out a way to do that. So basically I would need threading built in up here, and then a thin threaded piece built into that I would glue onto both ends of the motor tube, so that the motor tube would slide in and thread into place, and then something like this, but much lighter, would thread onto the back to hold the motor in place. And then if I ever, damage something or I wanted to change to a different kind of motor, I could unthread the motor mount and thread in a new motor mount. So that's something I would like to attempt. I would also like to make it so that these parts thread together. So vase mode compatible threads on both ends, so that these parts would and thread together. So I wouldn't have to glue them, because right now I have to glue these. I could friction fit them, put a little tape on there and just friction fit them, and that would probably be sufficient. But that's it. I would need a threaded connection here, and a threaded connection for the motor mount tube. But I could also do it with a threaded end on just one end, and then have the other end simply have a block, so that you would slide it in from the top and it would stop on the block, and then the threads on the back would thread it in place. That would require it to have a slot so it doesn't turn, because otherwise when I turn the threading on, it would just spin. So that would require some sort of a notch in the inner tube there, so that when I slid that piece in, it would fall into that notch, so that when I threaded the piece on the back, it wouldn't just, push up and turn. So yeah, I would have to design for that. That would be the lightest way to do it. That would be the lightest. But the nice thing is I can custom make each tube based on the size of the motor I'm flying. So I can actually custom make a mount for Mini A's, 18 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 29 millimeter. I can custom make a mount for each, so that it would fit properly no matter what motor. Oh, well, let me grab that mount for that motor, pop it in there, thread it on, and you're good. But that way, the idea would be to make a almost ready to fly rocket, an ARF rocket, that has no glue required. The only place you would require glue would be the motor mount tube. I could design the motor mount tube to be a double plastic tube that encapsulates a paper tube and threads together, and that would require no glue, but you're adding way more plastic than makes any sense. So it'd be better just to use a glued on stop block and a glued on end cap, and then make it so that the rest of the model doesn't require any glue. This way I can disassemble the model, at an eBay, for example, for an altimeter, or at a capsule. Just make it. I want to make the rocket more modular, kind of like this. So like this here is a modular rocket I designed. This is the E2X compatible version, but I also have my own MRS compatible version. But these fins are removable, so it's semi-modular. So I would like to design the entire rocket to be completely modular, so I can actually disassemble the rocket to its constituent components, replace what needs to be replaced, change colors, change size, change style, change number of fins, whatever, make it modular, and then I can put it back together again as needed, all modular without having to glue anything. I would not accept my models being public domain, so I couldn't use Onshape. Now, if you mean publicly available, publicly licensed, yes, I'm okay with that, as long as I can have a say on that license. So, for example, if I can say non-commercial attribution required, I'd be okay if that was public. I was actually thinking about getting into SolidWorks because they now have a hobbyist license for $50 a year, which means the rent that I would pay to use that software over my entire projected lifespan will be less than the cost of buying the software, so I'm okay with that. But my fear is Fusion 360 keeps getting more and more restrictive. So I'm worried that eventually I will learn Fusion 360 and then not be able to use it anymore because they keep making it more restrictive or add a cost to it. So I figure, if I got SolidWorks, they're probably not going to burn me. They're a pretty major company in that regard. So I'm thinking SolidWorks might be safer. But yeah, that's... Now, of course, if I print this out with ABS or ASA, it should work a lot better. It might even be heat resistant enough. It's not that hard. It's just a matter. The hardest part about Tinkercad is Okay, this is probably why I'm good at Tinkercad. I have an aptitude for spatial relations. So I can look at this model and I can... Okay, now this is kind of weird to describe this. Because if I close my eyes and visualize something, I'm not actually seeing anything. Like people say that they close their eyes and they can imagine something and they can see it. I can do that, but I'm not actually seeing it. I don't know how to describe it. It's all black, but I'm still imagining it. I don't have a better way of describing that. The hum is... that's most likely now coming from the PC's cooling fan. The PC cooling fan just turned on, so that's the hum you're probably hearing. Yeah, I can see the background hum. The reason you don't hear it when I stop talking is because I have a noise gate. I can see the hum on the noise gate. Actually, you can see it too. So if you look right here, see this here? So this is the microphone that you're listening to, but it has a noise gate. So you're going to see when I stop talking, this goes to 0. But look at this one here. You'll see that's the background noise. You see what I mean? That's why this stops at 40 here, because I have my noise gate set at 40, because the background noise is 40. So by setting my noise gate at 40, this only pays attention to everything above 40. This pays attention to everything. So I got to replace the fan in the computer. It must be a crappy fan with a bushing instead of a bearing. So at some point I'll have to take apart that computer and find out what fan. It's probably the power supply fan. That's usually where they cheap out. So the power supply fan has probably got a bad bushing, and I'll have to take it apart and replace it with a good quality double ball bearing fan. So the trick in Tinkercad is spatial relations. Being able to Noctua fans are overpriced. Yes. Nope. V5 I am very happy with. There are some issues, and now that I know what those issues are, I can address them. But so far, I am very pleased. Like, one of the primary issues is these settings here that allow me to fix my transition problems. Well, these are broken. These are very, very broken. In that they apply to models where they should not apply. So they apply to this vertical, no overhang, no transition vase mode model when they shouldn't. So for example, let's set this for 4, 25, and 500. So if I do that and I set this to actually require perimeters with 3 top and bottom layers and 10% infill, when I slice this, it wants to take 13 hours and it prints the entire model as almost solid. See? And the only way to get it to stop doing that is I have to lower this to 0. Solid infill threshold. When I lower that to 0, then it prints it properly. I wonder if it still does something goofy around where those are. Yep. Yeah, see, it's printing solid there when it shouldn't be. It's printing solid there when it shouldn't be. You know, those solid layers should not be there. Those solid layers should not be there. It's detecting this transition for this hole in the back as one part sitting on top of another part. You guys can see this, right? Yes. And it should not be detecting that. I don't know why it's doing that. It's whatever algorithm they're using to detect that is falsely detecting this as needing it, even though it doesn't need it. It should do it again here. Yeah, see? It's doing it again here. And that's adding over an hour to the print time. And that's after you figure out that it's doing that. And that what was doing it is this setting here. The solid infill threshold. So I have to set this to 0 and 0. And I have to set this to 0. And then it stops doing it. Yeah, it's $199 if you're a first-time buyer, or $150 or $200 or something like that. But it's $60 as an upgrade. But now you see here, now it does it right. Oh no, it's still doing. Oh, that's not. It's why is it still taking so long? That's a lot of support structure that does not need to be there. Huh. That's a top and bottom layer issue. Because this model wasn't designed to print in solid mode. It was designed to print in vase mode. But yeah, that's normal. That's relatively normal. But yeah, so if you have, like, the weirdness that I had was because of this. The dense infill and the solid layers. As soon as I turned them all to 0, stop doing it. Do you know the 3D channel Nick Gurr? No. What I would like to see them do is make dense infill part of solid layers, put this all together, and give me a checkbox so I could turn this on and off. Each of these should have a checkbox to turn them on and off, so I don't have to change my settings. So I can turn these on when I know I'm going to need them, because the whatever algorithm they're using to detect the need for these functions is broken. It's detecting too much. Hey, lick my balls. Bye bye. So that's the one issue I encountered. Beyond that, no problems. Otherwise, it's been working great. Let's see if I make that single perm. Oh yeah, that prints a lot better. Okay. And part of the problem, this is so small that it's triggering a lot of those things. But this was designed to print in vase mode. That's because this model has some oddities in it that were designed for vase mode. As soon as I put it in vase mode, boom, hour and 50 minutes. No problem. Prints perfectly. Much, much better. So, basically, whatever they're using to detect, one shape on top of another shape is, it's too sensitive, I guess. But a simple solution for that would be, well, I don't know a simple solution to that. The simple immediate solution that I would like to see is give me a toggle switch. So right here, put a little toggle switch on, off, on, off. This way I don't have to keep changing these. Because I'd like to keep these turned on because I use them. I told her not to, but she probably got me something. She has no income source, so whatever money she has, I want her to use for her. Yeah, now that I know how to do that, it works absolutely perfectly when I tell it to fix my models. So I'm very, very happy with that. The 3 corrections they made, the 3 updates they made that I consider well worth the $60 for, actually. More infill, dense layer and solid diaphragm correction, auto detection, which now it's fully automatic. I don't have to do any processes at all. The ability to see my processes after I make them, huge, because you couldn't do that before. And no, I'm not gonna 3D printer a new dildo, you sicko. Um, and and the algorithm that they use to repair models, it seems to be greatly improved. At least for the models that I'm making, it works a lot better now. I no longer have to put my vase mode models into 3D Builder to correct them. Simplify 3D now corrects them for me automatically on the fly. So those 4 changes right there, I consider well worth the $60 upgrade price. Let's see. Let's go back to Tinkercad. Okay. Probably the easiest way for me to make this model would be to split it into 2 pieces. So if I take, let's do a Control D. I said Control D. Thank you. Let's get you out of the way. Let's break you up. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you guys anymore. Okay. I don't need you guys anymore. I don't need you guys anymore. Excuse me. Come on. Okay, I don't need you guys anymore. All I need is you. You are uniform, which means I can shrink you down to 5 millimeters. Okay. So no, the reason I did that, the reason I got rid of all that pieces that I don't need is when you duplicate a part, you duplicate all of the steps, pieces, and processes that made up that part. So even though this is only a 5 millimeter tall part, it would have all the complexity and crap that was built into that other part. So by getting rid of all that, I put a lot smaller load on the model engine, and it handles doing things like that a lot better. Okay. So how would I do this? Let's make a core model in gray. Let's see. Think about this. Think about this. How do I want to do this? So the easiest thing to do would be to make 3 pieces. 1, 2, 3. Which means I don't need this section in here at all. Okay. Okay, that's close enough, I think. Okay. All right. Bisect the model. Now this is something I wish Tinkercad could do. I wish I could then tell it I want these to be separate pieces now. You should probably get that checked out, well, for God. That's not a good thing to be doing. Okay, so what I need to do is to duplicate this 3 times. Control D, Control D. So now I can create a box around this piece and join it with this piece. Join. Change color. Okay. Now create a box around this piece and join it with this piece. And change color of this piece. Oh, those are still joined together. So that is now its own piece. Do I have it separated? Let's change color to yellow. Hide that. Inverted Johnson. Let's look that up. What am I looking at here? Oh. Oh, yeah, I don't need those. Okay. That's still separated. Okay, the blue is separate. So I can okay. Now I can highlight this. Have I ever been gummed? I think I know what you mean by that, and the answer would be no. Okay. And then this should not be happening. Oh, they both still have that, don't they? So now I need to do this. Okay. Control D. I need to select this and this. Join. This and this. Join. There. Now I have the same thing we had before, but it's 3 separate pieces. 1, 2, 3. Now comes the hard part. I need to make sure I never move these pieces away from each other. So how do I do that now? Okay, first, let's do it left to right. So Control D. Then Control D this. Nope. First, let's make this 25. Now Control D it. My guess is if you had grandma take her dentures out and go to town on your that's not big enough. I need to make this bigger. Let's go 35. Control D. $35. Select these two. Join them together. Select these two. Wait a minute. I'm going to have to shrink this first. I need to be able to touch that piece. Center. I need to hold that in place. Move that piece. But she only has gums. Okay, so if I select this and I hide it temporarily, I can now select this piece and this piece, cut it in half, change the color of this piece to yellow, that color, bring my piece back, now select this piece and this piece, do that. Now I can take this piece and I have to move it 0.46. 0.5? Yeah, 0.5 should do it. Let's do 0.55. Excuse me, why did you do that? Why did you undo my box? I hate when it does that. Let's do 0.6. No. 0.55. Negative 0.55. Gotta watch out. A lot of those Thailand girls aren't girls. Okay, now we've shrunken the X dimension by 0.55 on each side, which is enough for 0.8 millimeters that we need for the thickness of the filament, and then 0.1 millimeters as a tolerance, or 0.3 millimeters as a tolerance to allow the parts to fit. Okay. Now we need to do this dimension. And I'm going to want this dimension to be on this line right here. Okay. That looks good. Let's go 10. Control D. Come out this way. Also to 10. Although, actually, that doesn't matter. This can be arbitrary. I would actually like to have an AR-15. I just can't afford it. You know, you're looking at $600-700 for a base model, and I just don't have that kind of money. Okay. Hide one. Select this. Control D. Change the color. Select this. Join. And then unhide. Take this. Select this. Join. And now I have two pieces. Now those pieces need to overlap. Oh, I did the cut at the wrong point, I think. I think I can actually compensate for that. (1.04 minus 0.55 is 0.49. So let's do 0.48. 0.48. And then I can move this way. 0.49. Okay, that gets that shift. And now this is 0.48. That means I can delete that. I can just delete that. And that will be sufficient tolerance, okay? Now comes the tricky part. I need to do this piece here. And same thing, I have to do it 4 times for each one. Pain in the butt. Okay. This one's going to be harder because we have an angle. So I need to do it. I need to do it right there, I guess. Yeah, I think I need to do it right there. Right about there. Control D. Control D. Pink. Okay, so we hide this. Now I select this and this. And I join them together. I bring back my hidden piece. I join this and this. Join them together. Okay. This has to go this way. 0.55. This has to go this way. Negative 0.55. And then join it together. Okay. Now I need to bisect it the other way. That's going to be harder because this is going to be distorted. That part's pretty straight. Can I do it there? No, I can't. So I'm going to have to clip it a little bit. Make it an easier on the eyes color. Control D. Change colors. Control D. Okay. Hide it. Select you and you. Merge. Display. You and you. Merge. I got you guys see my screen, right? Yep. And then do the same thing. Shift this 0.55. Shift this negative 0.5. Okay. All right, that takes care of that. But now I have an overlap problem. So I'm going to take this and put it here. Nope. Wrong spot. I need it on this one. There we go. And put a cup lock there. Okay. That takes care of that burge line. Then we need to put a plane on here. Cup block on here. And join it with that one. Okay. That takes care of that. That is centered on there. Now, can I get away with centering this piece? Let's try it. Control D. I need to rotate 180. Now let's see if it'll let me. Well, 5mm. Let's make it a little taller. Take this piece and this piece. We want to do an align. We want to freeze this piece. Center and center. Yeah, that did work. I think I can get away with that. Nope. I can't. Something's not right. Why is that sticking? Oh, no, it's fine. Okay. All right, there is my flange. Okay. So let's join this all together now. So we don't have to worry about it moving. Now I should be able to. Oh, I didn't keep a duplicate. Now comes the hard part. I have to somehow join this part with this part. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do that. I wish I'd have kept that spare. I thought I made a spare. I must have accidentally deleted it at some point. Okay, how do I want to do this? I guess first let's see if it even looks like it's going to work. Yeah, I think that's going to work. Nope. That's not going to work. Yeah, that's definitely not going to work. Let's see. I need to take a notch out of that. Well, we're getting there. That should do it. That is not what I wanted you to do. What the hell? Why did it move? Where'd this shit come from? Why the hell did it add so much material? It should not have done that. This and this alone. What? It's adding this material. Why the fuck is it adding that material? See? Tinkercad is glitching. It made this entire part bigger. Watch. Look at that. It completely changed the part. I have no idea why the hell it did that. Let's try modifying this one. Okay. It's still breaking the model. See this notch? That notch doesn't belong there. That notch was never there. And this notch was never there. Look at this. Look. It's completely breaking the model. I have no idea why it's doing that. How about if we break this apart? And if we break this apart? And if we break this apart again? No, let's go back one step. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if I can join this with this. Still adding that notch, which doesn't belong there, but that's non-destructive, so I'm okay with that. Now let's try this and this. And let's try joining with this. Okay, it's breaking the model again. It's adding this notch that doesn't exist. What I can do is I can leave those as two separate models. Yeah, it's cutting that. It's using that cut tool on both models. That's what's happening. But what I can do is just, let's see, I need to join them together. What if I do this? If I do just that. I just shrink it all down. It's not so hard for the slicer to model engine to handle it. Let's try that. Okay. Now let's try this. It's still notching it out, and I don't know why. How about if we do all three? Why the hell did you do that? It's notching it out, and I don't know why it's doing that. I don't think there's anything I can do about it. I mean, it's non-destructive. The model won't fail because of it, but it's really freaking annoying. What if I Control D this? Join. Yeah, see, it did it again, but now I can do this. Join and join. And it still notches it. It's got a hard-on for notching the model. This is not even complex. It's just glitching. And I don't know why it's doing that. Seriously? You're going to put the goddamn measurement. Why is it all the way out here? Why are you sticking the goddamn box all the way out in the middle of Timbuktu? It's really weird the way it glitches like that. It's just, there's nothing I can do about it. So I need to hide this temporarily. Oh, Jesus, let me turn the goddamn model around. What the hell is your problem? Why can't I zoom in? I need to put the plane here, and I need to put a box here. So what I need to do is to put a box. Why the hell? Oh. I'll put the work plane on top of the box. Then I can do this. So what I need to do is bridge these two pieces. Howdy, Mad Hatter. Thank you very much. Let's see. I need to get about the same there. And then about the same here. That should do it. Then Control D that. And then I still have one more major problem that I've been thinking about while I'm doing this, and I haven't figured out how I'm going to solve it yet. Now I should be able to select all this, unselect this, join. Don't glitch. All right, only partially glitched. That's fine. So that is my interface. So this should fit inside of the model, meaning it should fit. If I print this with no top layers and no bottom layers. If I print this like this, first of all, we took out these ribs for the top 5 millimeters. So that model should fit inside this model as a sleeve. Now, the easiest thing to do would be to print that at 10 millimeters tall. And then simply stick it in one, stick it in the other, glue it together, done. I would like to integrate that into this model. Because if I can integrate that into the model, then you'd only have to print 2 pieces. But the only way to integrate that into the model is I'd have to create a fillet around this entire edge that's at 45 degrees that looks like this. So I would have to somehow figure out how to do this. See that little fillet I got there? Okay, I did that with a cone. So cylinder, cone, cylinder, cone. And then merge them together. And that's how I got that transition from this diameter to that diameter. The problem is, how do you do that on a solid shape? On a shape like this. So I have to somehow transition from this to this. And I don't think there is any practical way for me to do that. I think the only way this is going to work is if I print this at 10 millimeters tall, well, yeah, 10 millimeters tall, and use it as a, literally like you see it here. It goes 5 millimeters into this piece and 5 millimeters into the other piece. I think that's the only way that's going to work. I think I have zero chance of successfully designing a part that will allow these two to join together without all kinds of hell coming along with it. Zero. So how would I do that? Yeah, I think that's the only way I can do it. So that means I need 3 separate pieces. I need this piece with the nubs on the bottom. And then I also need this piece without the nubs on the bottom to be the extension piece. And then I need this piece to join it all together. Yeah, I think that's the only way that's going to work. Oh, down there. Yeah. So that would be the connector to join them together. Now, of course, I could print this twice as tall with a taller printer. So if I printed this on a Chiron, for example, with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, then I could print this 400 millimeters tall and it'll hold 10. Well, not quite. Yeah, it'll probably hold 10, 9 or 10 of them. So the easy solution is to put it on a big printer. Even a CR10 334, I could print it at 400 millimeters. I mean, that would be the best way to do it, but you could also print it small. In the bus still, I have a S5, which is 500 by 500 by 500. Most people don't have printers that big, though. Which means I'm going to want all the ribs in this piece. Although, you know something? It really doesn't need to be that strong. It just needs to join the pieces together. So if it's a little weak, I don't care. I wish I had a printer that could do 6 cubed. 6 or 7 cubed. If I could print like 700 by 700 by 700, or ideally, 7 by 7 by 1000, that would be nice. There's a lot that I could print that I would have difficulty printing now, meaning I could print it without having to use multiple parts. That's pretty big. What is that, 350 by 350 by 400? That's a pretty big machine. Also, remember, that's a box machine, so it's inside of a cube, so it's much bigger. That's probably bigger than my S5. You just have a smaller print volume. Okay, so let's get this done. Control D. I don't need you anymore. Let's split this apart. Split this apart. Split this apart. There it is. Give me you. And give me you. I should be able to just join all this together again. Yes, that worked, no problem. So this is the bottom, this is the extension, this is the joiner. But I do need to modify these. I need to take 5 millimeters off the bottom, where you won't have anything to join to. How would I want to do that? So I want to take this. I'm already 0.6. So that would be 4.4. I need to lift this by 4.4. 4.4. And then I need to shorten it by 4.4. So 239 minus 4 is 5. So 235. All right, that should give me my 5 millimeters and 5 millimeters on each end. So I need to do the same thing to this. This needs to come up 4.4 relative. And then this needs to be shortened to 235. Okay. Join. Join. Okay. So now I print strictly in vase mode, no top and bottom layers. And this becomes the Lego block to join these two together. It's not a perfect fit because you saw we have all those glitches, but that really won't matter. I do, but none of them are that big. My biggest is my FL Sun Senior, which is FLSUNSR Delta. Come on, you fucker. Yeah, that's a 300 millimeter print volume. So maximum height 300. I'd be better to pull out a CR10 because then I could do 400 millimeters. Okay. Now, let's save it. K-cup slide, bottom. Let's see. Export, STL. K-cup slide, extension. Why are you disobeying me? Why are you disobeying me? Now we export the extension. And then joint. Export the joint. Okay. That takes care of that. Now I want to make a modification of this. Control D. Let's push it out to the side. Excuse me. Grab that. Excuse me. Grab. What is your problem? Do you have a malfunction? Is there something wrong with your brain? Why won't it let me select these? Control D. There we go. I need to get them out of my way because those are the short ones. Now we want to do ones for a 400 millimeter tall print bed. So this is 245. $400. Let's do 390. 395. Let's do 390. Minus 245. So I have to add 145 millimeters to both pieces. Split. I need to make you 235 plus 145, 45. That's 375. 375. And then I need to make you. Oh, that's going to mess up those pieces. You know something? I don't care. 390. It'll stretch them a little bit, but that'll actually make them print better. So I don't care. Technically, I should remove these nubs before stretching it. I don't care. I just don't care. Okay. Good. 80. So that should be 380. 380. Oh, shit. This is all separate. Take this. No, I do not want you to select all that. And then deselect this. Join. Okay. 390. There we go. Yeah, this is wrong as well. This needs to be 380. It's only 10 millimeter difference. Okay. Now you can print 390 millimeter tall ones if you have the means to do that. Okay. K-cup slide, bottom, 400 millimeter. And then extension, 400 millimeter. There we go. The joint is the same, so that doesn't have to change. So now I have the big one, and I have the short one. So if you have an Ender 3 or i3 plus size printer, you can use this set. And if you have a CR10, you can use this set. I kept hitting other keys when I was typing. So what I would do is I would hit a key, but I would hit a second key next to it at the same time. Or worse, I would go reach over the keyboard and I would click the mouse with my arm as I was pressing a key. So now it clicked here instead of here. Really annoying. Here's something neat. You can make things transparent by hitting T. How cool is that? That's a feature I did not know existed. So you can make models transparent just by toggling T. That's pretty cool. Okay. I am going to sick the printer on this. So I will print this one. Now, in theory, you could print just this one. You'd only have 2 attachment points, but the reality is 2 attachment points is probably okay. You could print just this one and just tell it to stop at 245 millimeters. You could even print this one as this one. All you'd have to do is take this one and drop it into the print bed to get rid of the nubs, and you'd still have enough to print 245 millimeters. So in theory, I could do the whole thing with this, but that would require teaching people how to perform. What? Oh shit. When did that get switched? When did it switch from showing this? Oh, I hope it hasn't been like that all this time. Ugh. Well, anyway, in theory, I could do everything with these two pieces right here. So, for example, if you have a 400 millimeter print bed, you print this and you print this. I could then lower this into the print bed enough to get rid of the nubs like that, and then print this as an extension. And then I could also do the same thing to print this using the shorter printer by simply printing this and telling it to stop at 245. And then I can sink it into the bed like that, which gets rid of the nubs, and again, tell it to print it to 245 millimeters. So you could do all of this with just this one piece plus the joiner. But that would require teaching people how to perform these little tricks in the slicer. So it's easier if I just make independent files. It does take a little while. So when it gets easier, the more you keep your train of thought. Also, whenever you do something major, do a Control D, select all your work, Control D, and push it to the side. This way, if you really fuck this up, you can just revert back to that. If your model starts to get unusually complex, select the model, copy it, start a new Tinkercad canvas, and paste it. You'll lose your entire history, but that history will still be in the old canvas. But you will free up a lot of memory, and you'll still be able to break the model apart. Those are different ways to get around the limitations in Tinkercad. I don't need that. Okay. All right. So now it's just, there's no bottom layers, there's no top layers. It's just a straight up vase mode print. Vase, 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 done. So in 3 hours, you could have all this done. Well, this one. This one will take a little longer. I would like to grab an S1 Pro one time. Gotta try to get somebody to send me one. I sure as hell can't afford to buy one. I want to get the Ender 2 Pro, the new Ender 2 they made. Although I'd probably have to modify it back to some of the ways of the original one. Oh, there's my little cutout. Okay. Okay. I think that's it. Let's make sure the file's sliced good. So now I should be able to do a simple 0, 0, 1. We want a brim with 8 layers. That's good. I would like to see them add flow rate to brim, or at least flow rate to first layer, so that I could print a fatter first layer if I want. But being able to, even just being able to add a little flow rate to the brim, like I usually tend to, like, say I print at 1.0, maybe print the brim at 1.05 just to make it stick better. Make sure it really melds properly. But you just do your first layer right and that'll take care of that. That's me being lazy. So this should be good. Extruder. We're going to print at 1.0. Temperature 220, 210. I think that's okay. We're going pretty fast, so I think we'll be okay at 210. We can just remove this because we're going to stay at 65. You also have increased fan control. So, assuming you even have excess cooling capacity, you could ramp up higher cooling capacity for excessively quick layers. So if a layer happens really fast, you can tell it use more fan. That's actually pretty cool. Why does this keep changing? Why? I changed all this. This should be 500. This should be 17. This should be 25. This should be 5. And this is fine. Update profile. I said 500. Why does it keep changing that? Yeah, that would be nice. I wish they would advance Tinkercad just a little bit more. All right, it's holding it now. Okay. Let's put in the new model. Alrighty. So this will be the little extension piece, which is just going to be a simple print like that. And that will be what allows us to join the two parts together. If they would just give us the ability to okay, in Tinkercad, first I'd like it to be a little more stable so it doesn't do weird things. I would love to see a basic chamfer tool, the ability to create just a 45-degree bevel between two pieces being joined together. I would love to see that. But the big thing, more polygons. I'd like to see be able to make cylinders, spheres, and cones with more triangles. So that's the little joiner to join the pieces together. Actually, I might as well just save it. Guess that. I'm going to shorten this because I know the one printer doesn't like long names. Alrighty. We want to print the bottom. And it's just a straight up vase print all the way down. That's it, just straight up vase. Bottom. And then remove and add the extension. And that is exactly the same thing, just without the nubs. Let's do that. Extension. There we go. Now, why is that taking longer to print? Oh, the brim. Oh, the brim's not going to add that much time. Is this... Oh, this is applying the corrections. Yeah, so this is applying these corrections. Good. Okay. Nice. All right, that'll be pretty cool. So this can be wall mounted, fridge mounted, sticky tape mounted, screw mounted, or zip tie mounted. You can mount that any damn way you want. And in theory, you can make it as long as you want. You could put, 3-4 extensions onto this. That's the other trick. Is it hopefully it's loose enough that the K-cups will slide down on their own, but not loose enough that they'll fall out. I'm also gonna have to see if I let one slide down, when it hits the other ones, does it pop it off? We'll have to see. So I'll print the bottom piece first, obviously, and then see how that works. Check fitment, check tolerances. If the K cup is a little tight, I could probably. Oh, um, yeah, I know. That's super easy, actually. Yeah, I don't even have to make a test print. I can just let it print, 10 millimeters of it, and then hit stop. But yeah, what he's talking about is to you could do something like this. Let's see. Why can't I select this? I hate that they move the tools. I also hate this. I really, really hate that. That is so annoying. But a way to do that would be to do something like this. So that right there would test everything. So this would be a 19-minute print that would test the transition away from um, the ribs. It would test my holes for the screws and zip ties, and it would also be big enough to allow me to test slide a K cup into it to see if it fits, and it would be big enough to test the joiner to see if the joiner works. That's weird. Why did it do that? It should not have done that. Look at that. Isn't that weird? Huh. Boy, is that weird. Does that fix it? Nope, that doesn't fix it either. Well, isn't that a weirdness? I don't know why it's doing that. That's a bug. I mean, it's drawing the line, but it's considering part of it to be outside because it's trying to draw the brim inside the model. Isn't that weird? Does it do that to the original one? Nope. Printing it normally works fine. Oh, isn't that weird? I wonder why it does that. Is it at any layer? What if I just do that? Yep, it still does it. That has something to do with the vase mode. No, it has something to do with the vase mode, I think. Um, okay. When you do vase mode, it's not an artifact. I'm almost certain I know exactly what it's doing. Okay. Vase mode. It starts by printing a normal layer. So technically vase mode has two layers. You have the first layer and then you have the vase. All right? The first layer can't be a vase. The first layer has to be flat because it has to attach to the print bed. Okay, if it doesn't attach to the print bed, it's just going to move around. Okay, so it prints one layer. Then it begins the vase mode layer, where it basically starts at almost zero and just gradually works its way up into a spiral. If I had to guess, I would say that this artifact is because I dropped the model into the print bed. But Simplify is still counting the part below the print bed as the beginning of the model. And because of that, it's not printing a first layer. It's starting right into the vase as if the vase was already printing in real time below the print bed. Which means at some point, part of that first line being laid down will actually be up off the bed because it's a continuous rising spiral, which would make that first part not contacting the bed, which would cause it to do that. I don't know. That's weird. That's definitely something I'll have to let them know about. Say, hey, this is weird. But yeah, that'd be my guess. A conflict between brim algorithm and vase algorithm. Because I've never had it do that before. What happens if I give it layers? Um, I told it to. Oh yeah, we can maybe test that and see if it moves. Good idea. Layer. Let's see. Let's make the start point 0, 0. Nope, it's still there. You can see it starting here, but it's still there. The very idea that you would call Cura a real slicer, wow. At least use Idea Maker or Prusa Slicer. Cura's garbage. I hate Cura. It's such a pain in the ass. That is weird. Oh, I hate. They would have to totally They would have to overhaul the entire UI for Cura to ever be usable to me. Let's see. Let's try adding some bottom layers and see what that does. Nope, it's still doing it. Look at that. Isn't that weird? I think it's a conflict between the brim algorithm and the vase mode algorithm. It really thinks like it. I think it's starting the vase mode down here, where the model would be. It's starting the vase mode down here, and it's beginning here as if this vase was in progress. We're going to try that next. We're going to try rotating, and we're also going to try to see maybe if it is a glitch in the model. Remember, Tinkercad was doing some fucked up things with this model. So there is the possibility that it's the model, too. And that it can't correct whatever's wrong with the model. Okay, that looks normal. But now... Oh, interesting. Rotating it completely fixed it. Would you look at that? Look at that. Completely fixed it. Huh. Let's see what happens if I just print it backwards. Yeah. So it was only in the origin position. Wait a minute. Where's my rib? Oh, no. We're printing normal now. Huh. Isn't that weird? Only in that one position. Let's try that again. Oh, no. Wait a minute. It only did it when I submerged the model. Yeah, it only did it when I submerged the model. See, that's normal. And then this has the weird glitch. Two of them now. Look at that. It's doing it twice. That's a glitch in the model. Let's try rotating a little bit. Got rid of one, didn't get rid of the other. Rotate again. And that fixes both. How weird is that? Look at that. Okay, we're gonna submit that, but first, let's try something else. Let's see if it is a problem with the model. Load object. We want to go to the downloads folder. We want K-Cup slide bottom. Okay, 3D Builder is not finding a problem. So it's not a problem with the model, it's a glitch in Simplify. Well, a lot of the times, I mean, how many people designed a custom weird vase mode printed ribbed wacky part like this? How many people have designed a part like this? Why can't I make that go? I gotta do that. You know, how many people have designed a complex vase mode part like this that works perfectly fine until you sink it into the bed? I mean, even sinking the part into the bed is a trick. You're tricking the slicer into doing something that you should have corrected from the get-go. So you're kind of using a loophole. So how are they supposed to test that? You know, they would have to load this kind of a model with this kind of an issue, with this kind of printer settings, and then sink the model into the bed to even attempt to create this problem. So, yeah, I could totally see them missing that. Let's see if I do it at the cut part here, right there, inside the little thing there. I still see it. See it right there? See that little extra thing that shouldn't be there? Yeah, see? It's still doing it right there. How weird is that? That is so weird. That is just bizarre. Oh, it feels good. Good scritches. Huh. This is something that's weirdly... Hell, it might still be something caused by Tinkercad. It might be some weird thing in Tinkercad that manifests as this weird error. And there you go. I rotated 45. Problem goes away. How weird is that? Oh, hell yeah. I'm thrilled with the update. As long as they keep updating. If they want me to pay for updates, I am 100% okay with that, as long as they keep updating. But I need to see more updates. Hell, if they release a major update every year, I'll pay $60 every year. But I'm not going to pay for an iterative update, or every 2 years, whatever. How weird is that? I don't even know if I can simulate this in Prusa Slicer. Because I don't think Prusa Slicer will let me. I want you to just go away. How about that? I don't think Prusa Slicer lets you drop something through the print bed. So how would I duplicate this problem? Oh, that's because you have a tiny print volume. I don't care. Let's see. Printer settings. Max print height, 250. Okay, now. Did it save that? I don't know how to save it. Save current settings. Yeah. Now, how do I do perimeters? Oh, here it is. Perimeters 1, spiralize. Yes. Minimum shell thickness doesn't matter. We want no bottom layers. Okay. So how do I slice in here? Is it here? Preview. Slice now. Okay, that looks normal. Oh, you can't. Oh, there it goes. Okay. No, that's not normal. Simplify 3D has removed part of my model. Why to do that? Oh, because my model won't work in Prusa Slicer. because Prusa Slicer prints from the center of the filament path, not the edge of the filament path. So this model actually has to be designed differently in order to work with Prusa Slicer. Unless there is thin wall behavior I can mess with. Where's thin wall behavior in where's thin wall behavior in this slicer? Detect thin walls. Okay, you cannot use thin wall behavior with vase mode in Prusa. So Prusa is not capable of printing this model. Okay, so that's not going to work. Yeah, save it, whatever. Just go out. Just exit. Jesus. So Prusa Slicer can't print this model. Now, the reason for this, let me show you why. Okay, actually, it's easier if I show you in here. So, let's see. Up. Let's go up a bit. Okay. Are you in a view? Yes, you can see. Now, you see what I'm doing here. I'm printing this outside perimeter, and then I'm coming in here, printing this rib, and coming back out again, going around, printing this rib, coming back out again, going around, printing this rib, coming back out again. Okay? Now, structurally, it's important that you understand what is going on here. This gap that you see here is 0. There's no gap here. It's 0.01 millimeters. So 1/100th of a millimeter. It's effectively 0. I don't think Tinkercad can do anything thinner. But as far as a slicer is concerned, nothing on any of these printers is capable of resolving 0.01 millimeters. So it's 0. However, this is an actual gap. But you don't see a gap, right? You can actually see how they overlap a little bit. Okay? Well, they kind of look like they overlap. And how did I get this 0 even though I made this 0.8 millimeters? This slice right here is 0.8 millimeters away from this here. So how does that work? Well, this point right here, that point right there, is 0.8 millimeters from the outer edge of this model. That's important because in order for the slicer to be able to calculate a tool path for this rib, it has to be able to come out, go up, well, it goes sideways, and then come out again. So it has to go X, Y, X. So left on X, away on Y, and right on X again. So in order to be able to execute this turn without crashing into this, yes, Tom Stanton makes amazing things. Yeah, this vase mode trick I came up with, that's how they make the wings. I think one of the RC guys saw me make that nose cone years ago using this vase mode trick and went, hey, I could do that too. And they make whole freaking wings out of this thing. Whole airplanes, whole airframes. Now, the reason this has to be 0.8 millimeters and the reason this can be 0 millimeters is because of how the CNC encoder in Simplify 3D draws the path. Simplify 3D draws the path where the path is from the outer edge in. So to simplify 3D, this is 0, and this is 0.4, and this is 0, and this is 0.4. So I need to be 0.4 away from this edge and 0.4 away from this edge. So I need to be 0.8. But for this section of the model, Simplify 3D sees this as 0 and this as 0.4, this as 0, and this as 0.4, which means mathematically, mechanically, I am permitted to make this 0. However, with Cura, and I believe Prusa Slicer, actually I know Prusa Slicer because we just did it. With Prusa Slicer and Cura, the 0 point is the center of the filament path. So for Cura, this is 0, and this is 0.2, this is 0, and this is 0.2. Now, if the center of the path is the 0 mark, and I have a 0 space on the filament path, you're going to see that this is going to be sitting right on top of this, or at least half of it is. So with Cura and Prusa Slicer, I actually have to make this gap 0.4 millimeters thick, so that you have a 0.4 millimeter thick space in between these two drawing lines for half of this filament path and half of this filament path. And then the gap here needs to be less. It needs to be 0.4 millimeters as well, because it's measuring from here to here, which is 0.2, and this center line to here, which is 0.2. So 0.2 plus 0.2 is 0.4 from toolpath to toolpath. A 0.4 millimeter gap where the toolpath is the middle of the filament path means that you have the 0.4 millimeters of space you need for half of this wall and half of this wall. But because Simplify 3D uses, which I think is superior actually, Simplify 3D uses the edge of the model as the filament path, I need 0.8 and then edge of the model 0.4, which totals 0.8. So when I try to slice this in Prusa Slicer, these are all overlapping lines, which is why it can print the outside but not the inside. It's basically erasing this inside line because as far as it's concerned, it's overlapping on top of itself. So in order to make this Prusa and Cura compatible, I would have to model all of my models with 0.4 millimeter gaps here and a 0.4 millimeter gap here. The problem is I don't use Prusa or Cura, so I designed for Simplify 3D. That's why I include G-code with my downloads for people who don't understand this and don't have the skill to understand this, because that i3G code will work on any printer Ender 3 or larger. And if you have some slight temperature differences, then you can adjust those on the fly on the printer itself. You won't be able to print them on a smaller printer, but you will be able to print them on a bigger printer. They just won't print in the center. So on an Ender 3, it's going to print in the center, but on a CR10, it's going to print on the front left corner. That's why it won't print in Prusa Slicer. That's why these ribs disappear. Now, you could fix that with thin wall behavior. Whatever slice engine that runs in the background, the Slick 3R, because that's what Prusa Slicer is. Prusa Slicer is Slick 3R. Whatever slicing engine Cura and Slick 3R are using, Prusa Slicer, cannot use thin wall behavior and vase mode at the same time. So basically, Simplify 3D allows you to do advanced vase mode operations. So for example, in Simplify 3D, I could print the bottom 10 millimeters with regular 3 perimeters, top and bottom layers, and infill. And then I could switch to vase mode for the bulk of this bottle. And then I could switch back to regular mode with even adding support and infill to print the rest of the model. I can do that in Simplify 3D. And since I like using vase mode, since it allows me to make really slick, relatively complicated things using vase mode, well, that's why I prefer it. One of the reasons I prefer it. You can't do that in Cura. You can't mix vase mode and regular mode in Cura or Prusa Slicer. It's one or the other. Even with your objects to create different volumes with different settings, you can't use vase mode. It has to be either all vase mode or all regular mode. You can't switch back and forth. And Simplify 3D lets me switch back and forth. I can, in theory, I've never tried it. I tried using Fusion, and I have used it, like my nice nose cone that I made for my big rockets. I made that in Fusion. But I have not sat down to spend the 4 or 5 hours necessary to grind and figure Fusion out enough. Part of it's laziness. Part of it's not wanting to devote that much time to it when Tinkercad does 99% of what I need. And part of it is Adobe is hostile. Exactly. Tinkercad is just so damn easy. And part of the problem is that Adobe is hostile to free users. And so they keep limiting the free option more and more as it goes along. And I know it's a dumb fear. I know it's silly. But one of the ways that I justify being lazy and not learning Fusion is that I don't want to spend hundreds of hours getting good at Fusion just to have them pull the rug out from under me and say, no more free option. Or some critical function I need is no longer part of the free option. I mean, I don't buy Wyze hardware anymore. The Wyze cameras, WYZE, I used to support them all the time. I used to push their products all the time because they were consumer friendly. And then they went with a premium option and they became consumer hostile. The primary feature, the reason to buy a Wyze camera was that I did not need a paid service to use them, and I did not need a hub to use them. And I could just log into the camera, and if it detected motion, I can go click and download a 12-second video. Now, of course, if I wanted more storage and stuff like that, you'd pay. But it was okay. Most of us, we would notice something amiss yesterday. We'd log in today and go, hey, what happened there? And we would get a notification with a video, or we'd get an email with the video in it. Well, they took that away. You no longer have the ability to download. No, S3D is paid software. There's no free option. Actually, I think you can download a 30-day trial. I think they have a 30-day trial you can download, but there's no free option. Wyze took that. Exactly. They took away what made Wyze good, and now they've hid it behind a paywall. I'm not paying you monthly to use cameras that I paid hundreds of dollars for that had features that you're now taking away. You're taking away a feature it used to have. And I won't support them anymore. I won't buy any more of their cameras. And if I can figure out an alternative to their cameras, I'll do it. But I actually keep an old version. I haven't tried it in months. I'll have to try it. I haven't tried it in months. But I run an old version of the Wyze app on my phone because the old version still lets me download the 12-second videos. Also, the old firmware has the AI recognition to recognize a human being built into the camera. And I won't update the firmware on my cameras because you lose that because they didn't have it licensed. They discontinued the licensing for it. But that allows in-camera humanoid detection, which was, it wasn't the greatest recognition, but hell, 50/50 reduced the number of videos I got by 50%. I primarily just use Simplify 3D. I also use Prusa Slicer now and then. And I also use Idea Maker a little bit because Idea Maker works good for the belt printers. Yep. Now, if you install Wise, you can't download the 12-second videos anymore unless you pay. Of course, if you're a new user, you're never going to know this. But if you're an original supporter, a founding supporter of Wise, who bought their original cameras with all of its bugs and all that crap, and and they were pretty good at updating it. They pretty regularly updated the firmware, and then they started taking stuff away and hiding it behind a paywall. It's like, fuck you. I don't want online AI humanoid detection, because that means you still have to upload the video, which means you're still using all of my internet bandwidth to upload these videos just to throw them away when you detect there's no humans there. I want it in camera the way it was. But, that's what companies do. They get greedy and they go, oh, we can make you pay for this. Yeah, fuck you. The least they could have done was grandfather all the existing users in. So have a $0 plan where the only thing you get is that 12-second video download that we originally paid for. And then grandfather all the existing users into that grandfathered plan. Exactly. They want to create a rental society, and I refuse to comply. I will army matey pirate the fuck out of everything before I will comply with any kind of rental environment. Screw that. Microsoft, I'm never going to rent Windows from you. I will stop using computers before I rent Windows from you. Oh, God, it drives me nuts. It's just like, stop being so greedy. I mean, come on. It's not even Bill Gates anymore. Oh my God. I mean, one of the worst is Apple. They do everything they can to inhibit any ability to reuse, repair, or replace hardware. That's why, contrary to what people think, that's why we need the government to create laws to limit these corporations. Because they're not going to do it on their own, because they have a captive audience. I mean, if I put a gun to your head, what reason do I have to negotiate with you? Do what I say, or I blow your gray matter all over the wall behind you. Why would I negotiate? I wouldn't. So the only way to fix that is you need somebody with a bigger gun. Somebody with a bigger stick to be able to say, hey, stop it. What are you going to do? I don't know. It's just, we could do so much if it wasn't for so much greed. And even if they didn't allow lobbying, it wouldn't matter if they didn't enforce it. What do you think dark money is? Dark money is ignoring the law and getting around the law. That's what dark money is. It's using loopholes and tricks and ways to hide your activities so you can't be held accountable. ETP. Eat the politicians. Yeah. They taste good. Oh my God. What a crazy world we live in. What a crazy, crazy world. Hey, I can finally make chicken quesadillas at home. That's the one thing I love at Taco Bell. I love the chicken quesadillas, even though they're stupidly expensive. $5 for the goddamn thing. It should be like $3. But yes, they can. and there's nothing you can do to stop them. Well, okay, there's nothing practical you can do to stop them. Oh, they've made the damn sauces smaller. You know, I spent a lot of time looking for it, and I can't find it. I'm hoping someday somebody will find it. They've made these packets smaller. These packets contain less sauce than they used to, because I like a particular amount of sauce on my tacos. Oh, by the way, I went to Jack in the Box last night. After Avatar, we went to Jack in the Box. It was expensive, but it was good. I'm telling you, I got a hamburger. I got the double Jack, just the burger, no meal. And then we got the Faves box, which has like curly fries, onion rings, churros, mini tacos, and I think something else in it. Michelle wanted to try a sample. It was like a sampler, and she wanted to try that. So we went to Jack in the Box, and I gotta say, that burger was good. It wasn't as good as a Five Guys burger, but it was light years ahead of McDonald's and Burger King. I mean, it was a $7 burger, so I would hope it's pretty decent. But a Big Mac is $6, and a Big Mac is garbage compared to that Double Jack from Jack in the Box. Hell yeah! It had a nice split top bun. It used real chunks of lettuce instead of that crappy shredded lettuce that McDonald's uses. So actual legit leaves of lettuce. It used, proper full-size tomatoes instead of the little scrawny things that McDonald's uses. The pickles were absolutely delicious. They had a nice pop to them. That was a genuinely good burger, and it was relatively light, as light as a burger can be. A burger's greasy, but it wasn't the grease bomb that the McDonald's burger is. And but yeah, I'll take a Jack in the Box double Jack over a double quarter pounder any day of the goddamn week. I mean, it's just no comparison. And I gotta tell you, those little mini tacos from Del Taco were pretty good too. I want to get the fully loaded ones next time. You get like 15 of them for like $4.50. It's actually a halfway decent deal. But those little mini tacos were pretty delicious. I like them. But anyway, the one thing I'm missing from the Taco Bell quesadilla is the sauce. Well, I just on a lark, I checked. For $2, you can buy a bottle of the chipotle sauce that they use for the quesadillas at Walmart. And it's actual Taco Bell chipotle sauce. You can actually buy a bottle of sauce. So I got canned chicken. I've got my tortillas. I've got shredded cheese. We're making quesadillas tonight. Taco Bell quesadillas. I got a panini press so we can press them. Yeah, that's going to be good. That's going to be delicious. But anyway, in the past, I would get like a soft taco or hard taco supreme. She likes soft tacos, I like hard tacos. But I would need one of these sauces per taco. So if I ordered 6 tacos, I needed 6 sauces. And they now put less sauce in these packets because it now takes 2 of these. Yep, the chipotle sauce. I'll show you. There it is. Are we on the right screen? No, we're not. There we go. There's creamy chipotle sauce. 12 ounces for $2. Not bad. And the Walmart's tortillas are really nice. So I got the big 20-ounce bag of, the big ones, the large ones. I got the large tortillas. And these are pretty good too. These crinkle cut seasoned fries. Those are great in the air fryer. 12 minutes in the air fryer and you're good. Maybe 13, depending on how crunchy you like them. Do they have any horseradish sauce? Because I need horseradish sauce. Not horseradish mustard. I need horseradish sauce. Yes, they do. Okay. They do have it. Because I love putting horseradish sauce on my fries. And malt vinegar, but they were out of it. Let me see if they got any more in stock. No. They still only have the Heinz one, which is stupidly expensive. London Pub. That's not too horrible. That's still pretty expensive, though. 13 ounces for $2.50. What I want is the Walmart brand. But I don't see it. This pack of 6 costs more than buying them individually. Ouch. And another thing that Walmart does that I really, really hate is they will switch. Well, sometimes they won't even include it. Like this doesn't even include the cost per ounce. I think they do that on purpose. And they will sometimes switch between cents per ounce and cents per pound. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you switch between cents and pounds unless you're trying to obfuscate the value here to trick people into buying stuff? What's the one that the one that I just noticed that was a big difference? Or they'll just do the math wrong. Because the only way to compare these is, like, look at these two. This one's cheaper, but doesn't list the cost per ounce. So unless you looked carefully, you wouldn't realize that. You wouldn't realize that this bottle is actually smaller than this bottle. So this cost per ounce is actually quite a bit less than this cost per ounce. But you wouldn't notice that because they took away the cost per ounce on this one. They don't list it. And then also Walmart likes to show, and I know they do this on purpose. They show fictional prices that don't get away with it. That don't exist. Let me see. Is this one that did it? There was one example in particular that it was an unusually cheap price for a product. Oh, I know what it was. Vortex Mini. Here we go. Hey, look at this. Oh, wait a minute. Is it in stock again? No, it's not. I don't think it is. Yeah, see? Vortex Mini, $35. The regular Vortex Mini is $50. Or this one here is $42. So I want the $35 one. It's not available. You can't pick it up. You can't ship it. You can't get it delivered. And nobody has it. Look at this. No one has it. So they put these fictional lower prices that they will never sell the product for because it's out of stock. So when a particular variant goes out of stock, they put this fictional low price that doesn't exist so that they could say, see, we have low prices, when in reality they don't have low prices because you can't buy it. You can't buy it at any price from anywhere. It's not available. They get the clicks and they get to advertise low prices that don't exist. I guarantee you, if this came back in stock, it'd be $49.99 again. It's not smart. It's vicious and it's malicious. See? This one's available. It's the exact same thing. You can get it in this color, or white, which is not available. All right? And that, yet you go here and you see this, which doesn't exist. You can't buy it for that price. It's not available. I hate that. I see that all the time. You'll always see this, oh, wow, that's a good price. And it's always out of stock. Whatever it is, it's always out of stock. You can never actually buy it at that price. Because I want this. I want to get 2 new air fryers. I want to get this one for when, because, see, okay, smaller air fryers, 18, 20 years ago, they were pretty decent. Well, actually more than 20 years ago, like 25, 30 years ago, when Walton Walmart, when Sam Walton ran it. When Walmart was about bringing local American made products at the best price possible. When Walmart was actually a decent, good company. And then their kids took over and sent it right into the shitter. Oh my god. But the thing is, with air fryers, the smaller the higher power air fryer is, the better it cooks the food. So this unit here is only 2 quarts. So it's good. It's perfect for a single serving. Like if I'm just gonna make up fries for myself, this is perfect. It's probably 1500 watts. It doesn't say what the power is. What the hell? That's weird. It's probably 1300, 1500 watts. But it's weird that it doesn't tell you what the power level is. That's the first time I've ever seen that. But I want this one, and I want the dual basket, the big giant 10-quart dual basket one. The dual basket one's going to waste a lot of power, but it's great for when you have to cook a lot and you have to cook different things. But when I'm just cooking up, fries or nuggets for lunch, then you stick them in the smaller one and you'll actually use a lot less power. Because the bigger one might take 5 extra minutes. That's 5 extra minutes at 1500 watts. So, now, I mean, the electricity to run that 5 minutes is not a big deal. But when you're trying to run things off of a battery, that 5 minutes could mean the difference whether or not you can run your next device. Air fryers are best for things that are capable of being cooked fast, or things that are capable of being cooked with little or no oil. So, for example, if you want to make something that requires oil, an air fryer might not be the best. If you can modify it so it doesn't require a lot of oil, air fryers are nice because it also depends on the air fryer you're using, of course. But air fryers are cool because it's almost like you could think of air fryers as the microwaves of deep fryers. So what it is there's a heating element in the top, and then there's a fan above the heating element. So it's like a broiler with a fan. So you're taking superheated air, and then you're circulating that air around your item. So it is not going to work well for something that needs heat to penetrate the item. Because what's going to happen is the air fryer is going to broil the shit out of the outside of your food and not do shit to the inside of your food. But for small, skinny, thin things like French fries, chicken nuggets, stuff like that, where you don't have that much heat penetration necessary, they work freaking wonderfully. Like for kids, it's amazing. If you have kids, you need an air fryer because they can just go into the freezer, grab a handful of chicken nuggets, this bag of frozen chicken nuggets, grab a handful of frozen chicken nuggets, press 8 minutes and hit start, and they're done. They can grab a handful of fries, dump it in the basket, set it for 12 minutes, and it's done. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, that would actually be a pretty good description too. So it's more concentrated heat and it's circulating heat. Now, let's see. Now, for example, you got to be careful though. You can't overfill the basket for an air fryer. If I put too much French fries in the air fryer, well, then the airflow is being blocked from getting around the food. So the fries on the bottom aren't going to get cooked right. And they definitely won't be crispy. It's also good for anything that you want crispy, anything that you want to have a crust. Pretty much anything you can cook in a toaster oven or a regular oven, you can cook in an air fryer, as long as it's not too thick, because then you have the problem of cooking the outside and not cooking the inside. But because it's such a small container that's relatively insulated compared to an oven, I can cook and finish fries in my air fryer before your regular oven finishes heating up, preheating. See you later, TRT. Next week is going to be holiday week, so I may or may not do a live stream. What do you guys think? Do you want one? I don't care either way. I'm going to be here either way. What I might do is just do a regular, make a video and post it. Because, people are going to be doing, they're going to be away for the holidays. So I'll leave that up to you guys. But, so an air fryer is like a little tiny oven that's air circulated. So when I turn on my air fryer, I don't have to preheat it. It's going to heat up in about 30 seconds. Because it's only drawing 1,500 to 1,800 watts, but it's 1,500 to 1,800 watts in an element this big, in a container this big. So it's a lot of heat per cubic volume of space. And, in fact, it wouldn't work without the fan, because you would just burn the shit out of whatever's on top. So, so an air fryer is like a fast oven. So you can think of it as a fast oven. The result is going to be about the same. Now, one advantage to cooking fast, assuming you cook all the way through, is that you can crisp up the outside more while still leaving the inside juicy. While with an oven, that moisture is going to have time to escape, and it could be more dry, or to keep it juicy, you won't be as crispy. So there's a trade-off there. It doesn't work for everything, but for your typical everyday usage, it's wonderful. I make roasted Brussels sprouts in my little air fryer. I love it. I get that bag of market side, Brussels sprouts that are already cut in half. Dump them in there. Salt. Thank you, Mike. Dump some little bit of salt in there. Sprizzle some olive oil all over them. They do taste better with butter, so I might try some butter spray to get that butter flavor. Brussels sprouts taste better with a little butter flavor. But they were pretty good. I like them. And then because I had my what was I cooking in the I had my my Smithfield sausage, kielbasa, frying up in the frying pan with olive oil. So after the air fryer was done cooking the Brussels sprouts, I dumped them in the pan with the sausages so that the oil can work them a little bit, make them a little juicier, and they came out incredible. I was very pleased with that. I bet you if you cut up hot dogs into little pieces, I bet you they'd cook really well in an air fryer. Now, if you want to do the quickie stuff with the air fryer, you need an air fryer with a basket. The basket that goes in the machine. For example, my my Ninja Foodie pot, which is wonderful, I can only cook one layer of fries or nuggets because it doesn't have a basket. It has a pot. Okay? The basket's important because halfway through the air fry process, you pull the basket out and you shake it up, which moves all the food around inside so that parts that were already done are now on the bottom, and the less cooked stuff is now exposed to the hot air, and you put it back in. Matter of fact, with a 12-minute run, usually I'll do 6 minutes and then 10 minutes. So at 6 minutes, I'll pull it out and shake it up, put it back in. When it gets down to 2 minutes left, I'll pull it out and give it a shake up again and put it back in. And the result is you get nice crispy fries or nuggets without overcooking them. Same thing with veggies and stuff like that. If you want to roast some veggies in there, but with the pot style air fryer, I can't do that. There's no basket to pull out, and there's no way to grab that pot. It's hot. You're not going to be able to grab the pot, lift it up, and shake it. It's just not going to work like that. That's better for bulk items. But for your regular day-to-day use, you want the little air fryer with the basket that you can pull out and give it a shake. And the same thing with my other Ninja, the big one that lays flat. It's wonderful. That one, because it's so big, I can lay out a big single layer of whatever I'm cooking. and so you eliminate the need to have to shake it because everything can lay flat. And then that adds the advantage of being able to, like, I got the newer one, the 201, so it has the big almost cast iron like plate that goes in there, so you can preheat that and you can sear steaks in there, which is amazing. Let me tell you, that's amazing. And pork chops, you can sear pork chops, things that are normally hard to sear. Well, it depends on what you mean by a homestead. I define a homestead as my permanent home. If you have, any sort of land. I have 1.25 acres. So I've got my home. I got 3 Connex containers out back, and I got my bus and my 4 cars, and so this is my permanent home now. I'll never move again unless I became wealthy and could buy a slightly bigger house. I'm never gonna move again. So I got to put more videos there. I've been off lately. I've been going hardcore toward losing weight, so I'm hoping that'll help me out a bit. If I could just get rid of some of this weight. 114 days I've successfully tracked every piece of food I put in my mouth. So, that's over 3 months. So I'm hoping that maybe if I get on the scale, I'll see a difference now. Well, then you have to move outside of a town. You can't live inside of a town. You got to move outside of a town. I mean, technically, I live in a town, but it's more of a village, even though it's an incorporated city, a town. But you need to live more rural. So I'm 25 miles from Albuquerque, because that's the only way you're going to get land, without paying $1.5 million for it. I mean, you can still buy a house around here. It's going to be a fixer-upper. You're going to have to put money into it, to make it even, some of them to even be able to live in it. But you can still buy a fixer-upper house out in rural areas for $50,000 to $70,000. That is still possible, but it's not going to be turnkey. And you got to be careful with see, I work online, so I can live a little further out. um, the You got to look at your tax situation, your DMV situation. Can your job move with you? What kind of job can you get where you're moving? What kind of travel expenses are you going to have? See, I got pretty fortunate in picking this place because almost everything I need is here in town. We have here in town, I have a Rax, which is a lumber store. It's not as good as a Home Depot or a Lowe's, but it does have a full lumber yard. So I can get 2x4s, I can get concrete blocks, whatever you need, you can basically get here. And whatever I can't get there, it's a 25-mile trip into town, and Interstate 40 is right there. So literally, I'm 1 mile from the interstate, and then it's 65 miles an hour all the way to Home Depot. So it's a short trip, but it does cost gas. We have Domino's, and we have Pizza Barns. We have 2 pizza shops. We have a Chinese place. We have Chili Hills and Denny's, so 2 sit-down restaurants. We have 2 auto parts store. We have an O'Reilly's and an AutoZone. We have a couple thrift stores, barbershop, Walmart. We have a Smith's, which is basically Kroger's. We have a Sonic. We have local police and state police barracks right here. There's a Tractor Supply. There's a Harbor Freight. We just got the Harbor Freight. They just built that. There's a mattress place, a furniture place. There's a few other small mom-and-pop shops and stuff like that. So pretty much everything I need is right here in a McDonald's. And then if I go 10 miles down the road, so a short drive down to Moriarty, you have a truck stop, a big truck stop area. So you have a Arby's, Taco Bell, another Chili Hills, a barbecue place. Yeah, Harbor Freight kicks ass. As long as you understand what it is you're getting and stay within the limitations of what you're getting, Harbor Freight rocks. But if you buy a $3 ratchet thinking you're getting a Snap-on, well, you're going to be very disappointed. So, and there's another hardware store down there. It's has a little more hardware type stuff. No lumber, but more hardware. So like bigger than like a True Value. Then you also have a couple tire places and stuff like that, mechanic shops, all that within 10 miles. And most of that was within 1 mile where I live. And now, one of the reasons I chose this town is that it's built up enough that I actually have resources. So, for example, I don't have a well. I pay a private company and there's a pipe running to my house. It's still well water, but I don't have to pay for the well because digging a well out here is $12,000 to $25,000. So you really don't want to be, having a well dry up on you. If something goes wrong with their well, they fix it. I have Comcast internet, which they're raising the price on, by the way. Isn't that nice? See, this is part of how they hide a price increase. They increase the price of the service and then say, oh, but we'll give you the same price discount if you set up automatic payments. Okay, that makes sense, right? And then they say, oh yeah, well now the discount for automatic payments, we're making that smaller unless you use a bank account instead of a credit card. Isn't that nice? On top of the $3 price increase across the board for their internet service. Isn't that nice? You see, they have that ACP program that makes internet $30 cheaper for low-income people. Well, Comcast doesn't like that. Even though they're getting paid, they don't like that. They want you as the customer, but they want your money too. So they're raising their price to compensate for that discount you're getting. So we're looking at a $10 price increase, or a 33% price increase for Comcast if you're on their low cost plan. Yeah, 33% price increase. Isn't that nice? How nice of them. But I'm close enough to have plenty of television stations I can receive. I have Comcast. I have cell reception. It's spotty, but it's good. It works. And then I also have all the resources of a major city without the costs of a major city. I am less than 1 mile, well, about almost exactly 1 mile from the on-ramp to Interstate 40. So literally, I drive a half mile down my road, I make a left, I make a right, I drive another quarter mile, there's the on-ramp to Interstate 40. And once I'm on Interstate 40, I can go anywhere. So it's now a 24-mile drive or 23-mile drive to Albuquerque. So now, and not only that, it's 23 miles at 65 miles an hour. So it's not like you're spending an hour driving 25 miles down country roads. I'm driving on a dirt road for half a mile, then it's all paved. And once you're in Albuquerque, you have access to everything. Whatever store you could possibly want exists in Albuquerque. So I live close enough to be able to practically access all of the resources of Albuquerque without having to pay all the cost of living in Albuquerque. By living half an hour out of town, 25 minutes out of town, 20 minutes really, by living 20 minutes out of town and an easy straight run to town, it's not like Philadelphia where you drive 10 minutes on local roads and then drive through Philadelphia traffic and then drive in Philadelphia. Albuquerque is a open plan city like most western cities are. Most Southwest desert cities are. So they didn't go up. They don't build up. They build out. There's very few multi-story buildings. There's no skyscrapers anywhere. As far as I know, the closest thing you're going to get to a skyscraper in Albuquerque is hotels. A taller hotel. Just because it's cheaper to build out than build up. Wow, nice picture. Picture of a hummingbird on the Google screensaver on TV. Beautiful picture of a hummingbird. Really nice. So now the downside of that, while getting around the city doesn't usually entail much traffic, it does entail quite a distance. So, it might take you 30 minutes to get from one end of the city to the other. Not because there's traffic, you're going 40 miles an hour the whole time. It's just because it's so goddamn big. It just covers so much area, square footage. And there's only 600,000 people there versus, 7 million, 8 million people in New York City. So, now you don't want to be paying a mortgage if you can help it, because that's one more bill. What if you lose your one single job opportunity? So, you got to look around. You got to look for the outskirts of cities. You got to look to live just outside of a city. Also, usually living outside the city is lower crime. So the highest crime area of the entire state is probably parts of Albuquerque or Farmington, while Edgewood is the fifth safest city in the entire state. Because what criminals are going to come climbing up that 1,800-foot climb from Albuquerque? They're just not. So you're going to have petty crime, grudges between people, or um, um, unsafe drivers or drug users breaking your window to steal something out of your car. Stuff like that will happen. But hard crime, murders and burglaries and stuff like that just aren't that common around here. It does happen. Twice they've tried to rob the Walmart. One time they did it by trying to light the place on fire. Like they lit 5 fires in 5 different places to try to create a distraction so they could rob the Walmart. Idiots. But by and large, your likelihood of encountering crime around, if you're not into drugs, and you're not into gangs, and you're not leaving stuff exposed inside your car, because when that meth head walks up to your car and sees nothing, he's just going to keep walking. He's looking for an easy score. So you don't leave stuff lying around inside your car, and you don't park in bad areas. Your likelihood of encountering crime here is about as close to zero as it gets. The per capita rate might seem high. Yeah, see, that's not bad. We got lucky we have a Walmart. And the reason we have a Walmart is because we are the gateway to Albuquerque. We are the last town before you go into Albuquerque. So you have us here, and you have Albuquerque here, and then out here you have all these rural people, Moriarty and Santa Ana and all the, and not Tejeras the other way, Estancia and Stanley, all these areas where you can either drive 20 miles to Edgewood, or you can drive, 50 miles to Albuquerque. So by putting a Walmart here, all of these people can now drive, a half an hour to the Walmart here without having to drive an hour into Albuquerque. And so because of all that remote traffic coming into Edgewood, we have increased business and increased tax revenue because people would rather come here than drive all the way into the city. That's why I'm still hopeful that we might get a movie theater one day. I would love to have a movie theater here, so I didn't have to drive 50 miles to go see a movie. I'm actually thinking about setting up my own drive-in theater. I got one of those 17-foot inflatable screens. I'm thinking about one of the few things you can get for free around here is couches. And as long as they're leather or vinyl, they're pretty resilient. So I'm thinking about keeping an eye out for free couches and free chairs. I just have to wait until I can afford to buy a cover for each one, because otherwise the sun will destroy them. And just set up a little row of couches around my driveway in the grass there. And, set up some gravel and get rid of the grass there. And then set the screen up with a projector. Just enough for like 10 people. Just 10 people. Like 3 or 4 people and their kids. And just post it next door, say, hey, I'm watching, like, what would I watch? I'm watching, Violent Night tonight or whatever, or I'm watching the new Avatar tonight. Anybody wants to come on over, come on over. And, just my immediate neighbors, the people within a couple of minutes of me. And, because I can't like charge or anything like that. That's illegal. You can't do that. But, I can set up a little popcorn machine if people want to make popcorn. And hot dog steamer, make some hot dogs, and put up a donation jar, tip jar, and if people donate enough, then I can buy more hot dogs and popcorn for next time. No, that would get me in trouble. Maybe do that in the back, under the patio. Have an adult edition. I think that's something I want to try to set up. I have everything I need. The only thing I don't have is speakers. My surround sound system is bolted to my carport out back, so I'm not taking that down to put outside. But I do have the the block rocker, which might be enough to get me started. But what I really need is like some PA speakers. Set up 2 or 3 of them, or some cheap sound bars with woofers. Set up like 3 of them, like one here, one here, one here, so that we can have decent sound. And then I just take the projector, set it up, and point it at the screen and go. Just watch a movie. See, you can do that here because there's no bugs, or at least the bugs that are of concern. So at night, you're not going to get swarmed by gnats, and you're not going to get eaten alive by mosquitoes. And you're also not going to get cold. Once summertime hits, it drops down to like 70 degrees at night almost immediately as soon as the sun goes down, so you're not going to sweat. But also there's no humidity, so the heat goes away almost immediately, and it's very comfortable right away. And because we're at 7,000 feet and we're in the desert, we don't have much of a bug problem, so you're not going to sweat, you're not going to get eaten alive, and you're not going to freeze or overcook. Oh, well, back in Pennsylvania, actually, believe it or not, bugs are a problem where it's cold. In Pennsylvania, in Alaska, they have a huge mosquito problem. If the permafrost thaws in the summertime, they get swarmed by mosquitoes. And that's in fucking Alaska. We supposedly do have spiders here, but I haven't seen any yet. There's supposed to be tarantulas, but I've never seen one. There's supposed to be scorpions, but I've never seen one. There's also supposed to be rattlesnakes. I've never seen one. I know they exist here. I have a snake stick right outside my door. So if I see a rattlesnake or Michelle sees a rattlesnake, we know where the snake stick is. We can grab the snake stick and move it away. We don't kill them. We'll move them. And our biggest problem is voles. the little tiny furry, they're not moles. And they're not gophers. I've seen gophers. They're over on Church Street. I saw gophers coming out of the ground. I actually have these little voles in my yard, and they make holes, which is really annoying. Because if you step on one, you're going to break your fucking ankle. But anyway, I have this set of baskets. It's kind of like this, where it's a metal basket, and then it's another metal basket on top of it. So you have multiple metal baskets that you can access. So it'd be kind of like, it'd be kind of like this on top of this. It'd be kind of like that, but not forward. And anyway, I was using it to organize some crap outside there, and this vole crawled into the basket. Oh, that would be cool. Tarantulas aren't aggressive. They're not going to bother you if you don't bother them. And they're beautiful. I would love to photograph a tarantula. But we do have lizards. They're little ones. I've never seen a big one. We have the little spiky back ones, and we have the little tiny ones. They're not the curly tails, but they're like them. The little ones they're hard to catch. They're pretty quick and they're pretty skittish. The little spiky back ones, they're not too skittish. You can usually just walk up and pick one up. And if you find one, I've only ever seen 2 my entire time here. But the one time where I saw one that I could actually pick up, I just walked over and picked him up, and he was totally chill. I took some pictures, put him back. Yeah, I bet it did. So this vole crawled into the basket. Now, he was too big to fit through the metal wiring of the basket, so he had to come in and out the opening. So I was going to kill it, and because they are a pest, they cause damage. But I decided not to. And everybody on the internet called me a monster and said I was mean and I was cruel and I should get my head examined because I kneeled down right in front of this thing inside the basket. And I couldn't have been this far away from it. And he was just sniffing around. He turned around, saw me, froze, and we were just staring at each other. And then I went, this little critter lost his shit. He went nuts. He was just bouncing dancing around inside that thing trying to find a way out. But the only way out was toward this menacing psychopathic face going, "Ah!" I swear that thing had to have lost 8 of its 9 lives if it was a cat. And people were calling me a monster, and you're a psychopath. You should get your fucking head examined. I was like, what I should have done was pull out my pistol and shoot the thing. I was like, would you rather me shoot it? Instead, I had a tiny bit of fun scaring the shit out of it. Now, is it nice to scare the shit out of innocent animals? No, it's not nice. But it does serve a valid function. That little fucker never came on my driveway ever again. He now stays away from that area. I solved my problem without murdering it. I call that a win. I had a little fun. I had a little stress relief. He experienced a little bit of non-lethal stress because the alternative was I pull out my pistol in my pocket and I shoot him. Because that's what you do to voles around here. You kill them because they are damaging pests. We cannot grow gardens in the ground. They will eat the roots of every single plant you plant. They'll kill everything. Oh, raccoons just don't give a fuck. And they're very smart. Raccoons are incredibly intelligent. But it's like seriously, people are freaking out like I tied this thing to a, what do you call that? The backbreaker stretching machine from medieval times. It's like I tortured them and skinned him alive and poured lemon juice into his wounds before I ate his babies. No, I scared the shit out of a damaging critter I did not want in my driveway, under my carport garage. And, now he's more likely to stay the hell away from me. He was cute, though. He's very cute. I want to pet him really bad. Voles are very cute. Let me show you a picture. That one does not look like what I saw. Let's see. Images. This does not look like what I saw. Maybe it was more of a mole? I guess it was kind of similar to this. They look like kind of like gerbils, like oversized gerbils, but they're all one color. They're all oh, here, no, that's a mole. That's definitely a mole. But he looks like what I saw. Yeah, that looks like what I saw. I guess there's different kinds of them. But it's, it's one of these critters. One of these guys. Yeah. He's smaller than what I saw. But the other one looked pretty close to what I saw. They're called voles. Maybe there's different kinds? Because this is not quite exactly what I saw. Maybe it was. But he was bigger. He wasn't gopher sized. He wasn't a mole. He definitely wasn't a mole. Yeah, he wasn't this. Definitely was not that. Although, he looked a lot like this. Really fuzzy skin with a weird nose. But I didn't see webbed feet like this. I didn't see the digging feet like this. Yeah, see, he didn't look like that. He didn't look anything like that. It definitely was not a gopher. I've seen these. I know what they look like. He wasn't a gopher. Unless he was a smaller gopher. But he definitely had he definitely had that super soft, fuzzy fur like this. He was super adorable. Maybe it was a mole. Maybe that's why he didn't notice me right away. They don't see very well. And there are, but see, I don't remember the web feet. I don't remember web feet. But maybe it was a mole. I don't know. But it was one of these larger, super soft, fuzzy critters. They are kind of cute. And I'd prefer not to kill them. I mean, they were here first, to be honest. But, I do have to make use of my land. And so for now, I'm going to use raised garden beds. I got like 4 of them. Thank you, Vine. While I was in there, I grabbed 4 of those boogers. But I do want to try to start planting stuff. I think I'm going to start with microgreens because microgreens grow fast. You can harvest in less than a week. So if I set up like 5 or 6 trays, I can have, greens to add to a salad every day, and I can continuously grow them. I just got to look at what the seeds cost versus the yield versus the cost of just buying lettuce. See you later, Mike. We're going to get out of here soon anyway. Maybe I won't. I was going to run to the post office, but now would be a bad time to run to the post office. Really long lines. But, yeah, I mean, my choices were, shoot the thing or scare the living shit out of it and have a little fun. Okay? I mean, I'm pretty sure being shot is going to be substantially worse for the critter than me scaring it. Okay? If I scare it, it might learn to stay away, and at that point, it gets to live. Versus it coming back and I shoot it. I mean, what, am I supposed to die and let it eat my vegetables? I mean, because that's what it's going to do. Oh man, people are nuts sometimes. They don't have a good grasp on reality. What are you going to do? Eat them too. Remember, stupid people taste funny, but they're still perfectly edible. So, over the next day, I am going to print out the pieces of the K-Cup thing. I'm not going to upload it until I at least print a piece of it and make sure the K-Cup fits. Because the last thing I want to do is upload it and have 10 people print it out and then it doesn't work. So, tomorrow, the next day, Thursday or Friday, I'll upload it once I confirm that it actually works. At the minimum, I will post the base unit. And once I confirm the joiner works, then I'll post that too. And go from there. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, this is what I like doing with 3D printing is the fact that I can come up with solutions to minor issues. Like, do I need to make a funnel for the jug to pour the water into? No, I don't. I can use it as it is and just be careful like I did the first 30 gallons of water I made. And, you lose a little bit spilling it on the floor, but no big deal. It's just water. But this cost me a nickel to make. Maybe a dime with the electricity. So let's say this cost me 10 cents to make. Well, now it's easier. It's just easier. I have a far easier time pouring the water. It takes half the time. So now instead of taking, 2 minutes to pour the water into the milk jug, now it takes me, 45 seconds to pour the water into the milk jug. So let's say it saves me a minute. Well, if I make 10 gallons a week, that's 10 minutes a week. That's 520 minutes a year. That's what, 6, 12, 18, 24. That's 8 hours a year. I save a night's sleep a year by printing this 10-cent funnel. Not only that, but now my sister can do it. So now this makes it possible for her to pour the water into the jug because she doesn't have the dexterity to do the glass carafe into the milk jug. At some point, she's going to drop the glass carafe and it's going to shatter. So, yeah. And now, sure, it took me, a couple dozen hours to design it, perfect it, test print it, etc. But I only have to do that once. Now, every one of you who decide I would like the convenience of that too, you don't have to do any of that. You download a file, print it in 2 hours, and then you stick it on your milk jug. Done. Same thing with this. Do I need this? No. Can I just toss all the sauces in a drawer? Sure. But this cost me less than $1 to print. And that's with really nice, beautiful filament. I could print this for 25, 35 cents with cheap filament. But, you know, for, well, probably more like 50 cents with cheap filament. But for $1, I could print this with really nice filament. And now this will mount on my wall, which means I get my drawer back. So I like that. Well, we do not have mail service here. So we have what's called a cluster box. If you guys have never seen that, I can show you that. Nothing. We're going to do a double Christmas dinner. We're going to have turkey one night and ham the next night. So this is, we don't have, I could put up a mailbox, but no one's ever going to put mail in it. So she wanted apple pie and pumpkin pie, so we got that. And we're out of cash now for that, but you know, I got plenty of food, so I made sure I got everything we needed. And I have enough food in my pantry for the next year and a half. I'm not taking any chances. But so we have this. I drive, you know, 1 mile away, and there's one of these things on the side of the road. And I have a key that fits one of these boxes. Now, if only a couple of people get packages, they'll put an extra key in your box that'll let you open up one of these bigger boxes on the bottom. So if you have a couple of small packages, that might go in there. But otherwise, as you can tell, you're not getting packages in that box. So anybody who has packages, you have to go to the post office and pick up your package. Well, what holiday is it again? Christmas? So what are people receiving a lot of, especially if you're rural without too many stores around? Packages. So everybody has to go to the post office to get their packages. Everybody. Not just, you know, a couple people in apartment complexes, but everybody, because nobody has to your door mail service. Now, if something gets delivered to UPS or FedEx, it'll come to your door. But if it gets delivered to USPS, you'll get a little piece of paper inside your cluster box that says, hey, you've got a package. Come to the post office and get it. So the last couple times I went to the post office, it was an hour-long line. It's like, I don't think I could physically stand for an hour. I don't think my legs would allow that. But if I was moving around, maybe, and I could sit down now and then, maybe. But just standing there for an hour, no, my body would say, fuck you. But so the post office is really, really busy. So I know I've got a bunch of packages waiting there for me. I just don't feel like waiting an hour in line. So I got to time it so I get there like just before lunch. So anybody who's at work won't be part of that mix. But yeah, so making stuff like this is just nice. I mean, hell, the reason I got into 3D printing, the whole reason I got into 3D printing to get from the beginning was because of these. When I built my level 2 rocket for NARAM in 2010, I think it was, I flew my level 2. Yeah, I think it was 2010 in Colorado. Now Colorado's only 8 hours away. Before, Colorado was 30 hours away. But I flew my level 2 certification flight. I built the rocket right there on the field. Somebody told me you can't do that. I was like, okay, well, that's what I'm doing, just because you told me I can't do it. I built a nice rocket, not just a kludge rocket, but a nice rocket. I built it right there on the field, and I flew my level 2 flight. Well, I had to buy a nose cone. It's like a 6-inch nose cone, 6-inch diameter. It was about that big. I went up to the dealer. He had a 6-inch nose cone. He said $50. I was like, okay, yeah, how much is the nose cone? He got all dead serious, looked at me and said, Chris, it's $50 for the nose cone. I was like, you're not kidding? He's like, Welcome to high power. Parts are expensive. I vowed I would never pay $50 for a nose cone ever again. An injection form plastic nose cone. It probably was a decent price. No doubt it was probably a decent price. I just think it's crazy to have to pay $50 for a nose cone. So I saw 3D printing and I said, yeah, we're buying that. 600 bucks for a 3D printer, that's 12 nose cones. I could buy 12 high power nose cones and pay for that 3D printer. And back then, you could get filament for $10 a kilogram. So even a heavy nose cone was only going to cost you, what, $2? $2 to make a 6-inch nose cone versus $50. I could amortize that cost real quick. And so I bought my first 3D printer to make nose cones. No, we're not going to do any more food shopping, and you don't have to donate for that. But if you wish to donate to help me out, I do appreciate it. I am 100% viewer funded. Whatever you guys give me on Patreon or in PayPal or Coffee, whatever you guys give me when you sign up for any services that I have affiliate links for Amazon, that is 100% of my income source. So I appreciate it. And this month's $260 electric bill will also appreciate it. I haven't paid the electric bill yet because I don't have the $260 yet. I have until the 9th to pay it. But yeah, that was a big jump. We don't normally get this cold this early. So everybody's running their heaters now because it got cold early. Usually it's not till like end of December before we even start turning the heater on. Seriously turning the heater on, where I need to turn on like the resistance heater. I have a triple head mini split I got installed. Cost me $4,700, but it's 22 SEER, so very, very efficient. The printers don't crank up the bill that much. Now, if I had the amount of electricity needed and the space needed to run printers like I was in Pennsylvania, yes, they would appreciably add to my electric bill. But here, I can only run 5 or 6 printers. I don't have enough electricity to run more than 5 or 6 printers at a time. So it's not like Pennsylvania where I literally had rows of printers all printing all at the same time. I can't do that here. I only have 100 amp service, and my car takes 30 amps, and the mini split takes 30 amps, and the hot water tank's 40 amps, and the dryer takes 30 amps. So, I can't run more than 5 or 6 printers at a time before I would be running out of circuit capacity to be able to run that many printers, because each printer takes 200 or 300 watts. So 10 printers is 3 kilowatts. And of course they would be bigger printers, so probably more like 5 kilowatts. And that would add up pretty fast here. Electricity is pretty expensive here. But the 22 SEER 27,000 BTU mini split is not enough to heat this house. The head in my bedroom, more than enough. The head in her bedroom, more than enough. But the head in this main room, which is kitchen, dining, living all together, is not enough to heat up the space properly. So when it gets particularly cold, when it drops below 30 degrees, I have to turn on an additional heater. And that one electric heater alone, just that one, I have one of those little 1500 watt tower heaters, Dreo tower heater. That one heater cost me $158 a month to run. Wow, just the electricity for that one heater, $158.60 per month to run that one heater. That's why I keep experimenting with different ways to make heat cheaper. And ultimately, what I'd like to do is, well, people don't realize, you got to keep in mind, I have a very low electric bill because I have very low income, so I keep everything very efficient. My average electric bill is $120 to $150 a month. And keep in mind, 30% of that is taxes. So my actual electric bill is about $80 to $100 a month, and then you have all the taxes. Utility taxes are very high out here. So for me, a $260 electric bill is a lot of money. What I eventually want to do is I want to run that mini split there on solar panels. Now, obviously, it can only run during the day on solar panels, so at night it would have to run on the grid. But that's still 8 to 10 hours a day where it doesn't have to be adding to my electric bill. So yes, please. As soon as I should have bought that pallet of solar panels when I had the chance. It was dumb to pass that up. They were $15 a panel, but you had to buy like $800 worth of them. I didn't have the $800. But man, that was such a good deal. Even if they were only running at 70 or 80% of their brand new capacity, with that many of them, who cares? You just keep adding more panels until you get the amount of power you need. But yeah, that would have been amazing to be able to run that on solar panel. I had a discussion with somebody on TikTok. This one guy said, well, can I run solar for heating my home? And his answer was, well, no, not really. And a whole bunch of people chimed in and says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. And so I replied, well, he's right. You can't run heat on solar. It doesn't work that way. Heating takes a lot of power. It's just numbers. It's just heating is 100% efficient. 100% of the electricity you draw from the outlet will be converted to heat. That's 100% efficiency. It's the only thing in the universe that's 100% efficient, and that's heat death. So I explained that. Can you technically run heat on solar? Yes. Can you run heat on solar? No. If you are asking about how to save money by running heat on solar, then you can't run heat on solar. Because the only people who can run heat on solar are the people who don't need to. That means rich people. People who don't need to. They make plenty of money to pay for their electric bill. They just don't want to. Those kind of people are usually, the only people who can run heat on solar. But there's plenty of people who live off grid, and every single one of them uses gas or wood or coal for their heat. And there's a reason for that. Whatever battery you need to run your house, times 10 just to run the heater. So let's do the math. That one heater is a 1,500 watt heater. Well, run the numbers here. So 1.5 kilowatts. And you need to run that heater. Let's see. What is considered rich these days? Basically, if you make over $40,000 a year and you don't live in a crazy area, you're probably wealthy enough not to care about what your heating bill costs, or not to care about the difference in cost. Okay, I mean, if I made $20,000 a year, I wouldn't care about what my heat costs. I just wouldn't care. I would just buy another mini split to plug in. I wouldn't care, because I would make so much more than what I would need to survive. So it all depends on how much money you need to survive and how much. Okay, see, wealth is a weird thing. When people see wealthy people struggling, they get confused by that. Some of that is poor planning. Some of that is spending on things you shouldn't spend on. But not all of it. People tend to spend what they make. So if you earn $20,000 a year, you live a $20,000 a year lifestyle. If you earn $40,000 a year, you will end up living a $40,000 a year lifestyle. Otherwise, what's the point of making more money? Okay, you're living the same as you did on your $20,000 a year lifestyle, because you're paying for a nanny service and you're paying for a maid service, and that costs you an extra $10,000 or $12,000 a year or more. Say, well, why would you have those services? Because that's the point of making $40,000 a year. Because now I don't have to do that. Now I don't have to clean my house. Now I don't have to, put my kids on family, or, one of us has to stay home and take care of the kids while we're at work. And now we have gained that time. That time might mean we can work more hours, or we have more time for vacation or doing hobbies or doing something else. That's the whole point of wealth. What other point is there? Now, I'm talking about reasonable wealth. We're talking, under $100,000 a year. Once you get to the $100,000 a year point, now it's just spending. Because they've shown that the comfort level for the average American is $70,000. Your typical person, when they reach $70,000, they stop worrying about money. And that's because you have enough excess money over your base costs that it doesn't matter anymore. Even in New York, you can do pretty decent on $70,000, and you can definitely do decent on $70,000 in California. Now, if you want to live in New York City, you're going to have a tough time. If you want to live in San Francisco or Fresno, you're going to have a tough time. But California is the highest population state in the entire country. Do you think they're all making $70,000 a year? No, they're not. All right, but you have to meter your expectations for where you wish to live. I went on my example is an extreme example. I went max resources, minimal cost. The only reason I'm not in a poor box right now, well, I am in a poor box, but the only reason I'm not suffering worse now is because of that. I'm still carrying over $36,000 in debt from my deceased father. And, come April, that's going to be interesting, because if I don't increase my income by about $350 a month, in April, I'm going to begin defaulting on those loans. And I don't know what I'm going to do about that yet. The good news is they can't take my house. That's the good news. By living in a homestead state with homestead protection, they can't take my house. So I at least have that. And I have no mortgage, so I don't have to worry about that. But hopefully I can lose enough weight by then that I can get a part-time job, and then it won't be a problem. But the problem with heating is that it simply takes a lot of it. So if I wanted to heat this house on solar panel, I would need at minimum to run that mini split and that mini split. All right. That's going to be about 4 kilowatt hours of power. Okay. Maybe 3.5, right? Because that one's less efficient. It'd be more efficient for me to actually pay money for another 220 volt single head mini split and run that to the same breaker instead of trying to run the 110 volt, because that one's only a 16 seer or 14 seer, while that's a 22 seer, which makes a huge difference in both temperature compatibility and power consumption. So if I were to truly try to run on solar, it'd be better for me to replace that with a better quality unit. So basically this unit, but single head. I would need another 12 or 18,000 BTU single head unit. So we're looking at minimum 3 kilowatts of power, probably closer to 4, but let's use 3 kilowatts of power. Let's pretend 3 kilowatts is enough. I don't think it is. I think it's going to be like 4.5. So let's use 3.5. So, look, but you know something? Let's just run that one heater, not the mini split, that one electric heater that costs me $158 a month. What would it cost to run that off grid? It's 1.5 kilowatts times 24. That's 36 kilowatt hours per day, or 3 times my yearly daily average. I average 12 kilowatt hours a day. Air conditioning is very, very cheap here because there's no humidity. And it doesn't get crazy hot. We could hit 100 degrees, but that's pretty rare. 90s is normal. 36 kilowatt hours per day to run that heater off electricity. Now, how much solar power will I need? Well, in the summertime, I could easily get 10 to 12 hours with a 2x solar ratio. So 3 kilowatts of solar panels will easily let me run that solar panel 12 hours a day. Not quite, probably more like 11. Basically, I'm increasing the number of solar panels so I can get closer to sun up and sundown.
without running out of power. Because you only make your maximum power when the sun's pointed right at it. As the sun gets at a more of an angle, you make less power, but you can compensate by increasing the number of panels. So let's say 3 kilowatts. 3 kilowatts in 10 or 12 hours will give me roughly 36 kilowatt hours. Oh, but you have a problem. You now also need to make that power in the winter time. So double it. You need 6 kilowatt hours of solar panels to run that one heater off grid. 6 kilowatts. Your average solar panel is, let's say, 6,000 divided by 250 watts. You need 24 full-size solar panels to run that heater. Now, it's not to run the heater. You need half that to run the heater. But you need to run the heater and charge the battery. So that when the sun goes down, you still have electricity to run the heater. Or in the battery. So 24 solar panels. Assuming you can get them used for $200 a pop. That's $5,000 in solar panels. Okay? So we're already at $5,000. And that's just for the solar panels. Now, the good news is that solar array will run your entire house in the summertime. In fact, the battery we're about to spend a ludicrous amount of money on will probably run your entire house in the summertime. So $5,000 for solar panels. You're going to need at least $1,000 in incidentals, wires, connectors, etc. So we're already at $6,000. And this is buying used solar panels. Now you need electricity. Let's say you need 14 hours of battery power. Okay? 14 times 1.5 is 21 kilowatt hours of battery power. That's a big fucking battery. That's an electric car battery. If you bought a junkyard Nissan Leaf and took the battery out of it, assuming you got a 30 kilowatt Leaf, you'd probably end up with a 20 to 22 kilowatt usable kilowatt hour battery pack. That's what you need to run that heater. Yeah. Let's say you want actually, that's your best bet. Your best bet is to buy a used electric car battery pack, because to build your own is going to cost you a fortune. If you were to buy a 300 amp hour battery pack, 300 times 12.8, that's 3.8 kilowatt hours. So you would need 21 divided by 3.8. You would need 6 batteries. Those batteries are $900 a pop. Although, I bet buying 6 of them, you could probably negotiate $800. So 6 times 800, that's another $5,000 for the battery. That's about what the electric car battery is going to cost you. So now we are at $11,000. You also need the inverter to run the heater. That's actually not that bad. You're probably looking at about $500 for a halfway decent cheap inverter that's capable of handling a continuous 1.5 kilowatt resistance load. The good thing is you don't need a pure sine wave because you're just running a heater. So you could probably get away with a modified wave inverter. But for longevity's sake, you're better off going with a pure sine wave inverter just because it's going to be made of better quality components. Because otherwise you'll be replacing that inverter every couple of years when it kills itself. So now we're at $11,500. You also need a pretty decent MPPT charge controller. So you're looking at 24 times 32 roughly. That's 768 volts. You can't do that. So you're going to have to divide by 2. That's divide by 2, divide by 2. You're looking... Please stop doing that. Jesus. Did I close the window? No. I just did that. You're looking at 400 volts, which is doable. So you're going to need 2 400 volt MPPT charge controllers to be able to take that forward voltage coming from your 2 400 volt solar arrays of 6 panels each, 12 panels each, 12 panels each, to feed that power into a battery, which will then go to the inverter, which will go to the heater. So during the day, that system will make enough power to both run the heater and to charge the battery up so that it can run the heater at night. That's to run one. To heat this house, this whole house, I need 3. So now you need, what is that? You're looking at about 14 grand. So that's $42,000. And that's if you buy 24 used solar panels. If you buy new solar panels, sky's the ceiling. Okay? So to run that one heater, you're going to spend between $12,000 and $14,000. So $14,000 divided by, why do you keep doing this? Well, let's see. How many months do I need to run the heater? November, December, January, February. At least 4 months. So let's call it 4 times 158. That's $632. So $14,000 divided by 632. It would take 22 years for that solar panel array, battery, inverter, MPPT setup to pay you back for the electricity just to run your heat. Now, your ROI is now infinite because none of those components is going to last 22 years, which means you're going to have to replace components before it's paid itself off, which means you'll never pay it off. However, you will be able to run your entire house on that unit for the other 7 months of the year. Or 8 months. 8 months. So for the other 8 months of the year, you'll be able to run your entire house. You just went off grid. For all intents and purposes, you just went off grid. So for the other 8 months of the year, your $120 electric bill could now become $0. But not really. Because, well, you could go fully off grid. Except for the 4 months of winter. So that would be $0 electric bill. But that's only going to save you about $800 because your electric bill is not very much in the summertime. So it does make it better. Your 800 plus 600, 1400, so 10 years. Your ROI is 10 years, which is reasonable. But now you need supplemental heat because that one heater is not going to provide enough heat to heat your house. Which means you're going to have to install a pellet stove or gas or something. Because now you have enough electricity to run your whole house, but not enough electricity to heat your house. So as you can see, it just takes an enormous amount of electricity to run heat. Now, for the same amount of power that heater consumes, I can run this mini split and heat almost my entire house. So that would obviously be the better way to go. But you would need an enormous battery pack. You would just need a massive, massive battery pack to do that. Now, there might be ways, like what I'm going to do, where you can split it. So, run solar heat, but only during daytime hours. And then at night, use the grid. That's going to reduce your cost because now you don't need a battery. And your biggest, by far, expense is the battery. So that'll help. But that's why most off-grid homes do not use electricity for heat. They also typically don't use electricity for cooking. They use gas. So usually be propane for cooking and wood for heat. That's what most people who are off-grid will use. Now, there are ways around this, but they cost more money. But if you're already doing this, who cares? If you can control the design of your house, you can do things. So, for example, if I were to design an off-grid house, I would probably design the primary living space to be 600 or 700 square feet. And I would make the extra square footage non-living space rooms. So, utility room, storage room, pantry, stuff like that. I would make sure the kitchen, living room, and the bedrooms are part of the 600 or 700 square feet. If you did that, and you built like 12-inch thick walls with a double thick ceiling with the highest, thickest grade insulation money can buy, and you hermetically sealed that house, including under insulation underneath the house, and like you sealed that house up as tight as a gnat's ass. Then you could heat the house with very little heat. That's because heating falls into two categories. When you have to produce heat, you have to produce two levels of heat. The first level of heat is your delta loss, the rate at which your house is bleeding heat to the environment. You have to produce more heat than the house is losing to the environment. Because if you're making 27,000 BTUs, but you're losing 30,000 BTUs, then your house is actually getting cooler by 3,000 BTUs per hour. So you first need to make as much heat as your house is losing, and then any heat you produce over that amount goes into heating your house. And that's where you're seeing most of your losses, because your house bleeds a tremendous amount of heat to the environment around you. If you ever have a chance to use a thermal camera, just point it at your house in the wintertime. You'll see what I'm talking about. So people who build custom-made homes with ultra-thick, ultra-insulated walls, double doors, ultra-insulated, triple-glazed, triple-pane windows, the really expensive triple-pane, ultra-high-efficiency windows, and they have few windows if they can't afford that kind of money. Those kind of houses take very little heat to keep them warm because they're not bleeding a lot of heat. There are people who can power their house on a 400 to 600 kilowatt heater. They can heat their home on that. Even that's going to require a pretty substantial battery, but it's doable. It's doable. So a 600 watt heater would only require 12 solar panels, which is $2,500. Would only require an 11 kilowatt heater or battery pack. So now only $2,500. Let's see, 11 kilowatts, 4, 8, 12, 3 batteries. So $2,400 in batteries. So basically half the price. Your heating would now only cost $6,000 or $7,000 instead of $13,000 or $14,000. That's a pretty big difference right there. But even then, you're still better off at that point using like a little tiny wood heater or gas heater and still reserving the battery pack to power the entire house so you can get rid of your electric bill altogether. Because even that half-size battery pack would be enough to run my entire house. I consume on average 12 kilowatts a month, 12 kilowatt hours. And per day. Except in the wintertime, where I consume 3 times that. So you're still better off using something else to heat your house and, just insulating your house well and using that battery and solar to power your entire house. You're still better off doing that. So it's not that you can't, it's that if you're asking, you can't. Because if you're asking, you're looking to save money. And that means you don't have the money necessary to heat a house using electricity on a solar panel. The panels are too expensive. The batteries are too expensive. Your house is too inefficient. This one guy says, well, my house is running all on solar. Well, no, it's not. You're using grid tie, which means you're producing excess power in the summer to compensate for the reduced power output in the wintertime, which I can't do here. We do not get to carry over our excess to the next month. Also, I was like, unless you live in a place like, Texas or Florida, where you basically don't have winter. And what's the guy reply with? Oh yeah, I live in northern Texas. Well, no shit. You don't need a heater either. It's easy to heat a house when you don't need a heater. If this person is asking about heat, they probably live where they actually get winter. And if they actually get winter, They either live in the mountains or they live in the top half of the United States, where not only does it actually get cold and you actually need a whole shit ton of heat, but solar is even worse, because the farther north you go, the more inefficient solar is, the fewer hours of usable solar you get a month. Like Red Poppy Ranch, they live in Idaho, and he gets 4 or 5 usable hours of sunlight a day. 4 or 5. So he needs battery power for at least 18 hours a day in the wintertime. In the summertime, he's good. But in the wintertime, he needs battery power for 18 or 19 hours a day, because his solar is only going to charge up his batteries for 4 or 5 hours a day. He probably gets a little more than that, but it's diminishing returns at that point. So the solar is reducing your usage, not filling your batteries. That's why he has a generator. And if the batteries get too low, he turns on the generator. And that's why he has a wood-burning stove. Because there's no way in hell he's heating his house on electric. You can't do it. It's just, you can't practically or reasonably do it. It's just too expensive. If you had the money to install a $14,000 solar system, you'd be better off just taking half of that, putting it in an interest-bearing account, and paying your increased electric bill off of that from that savings. You'd be better off doing that. And remember, that solar price is if you paid outright. If you get a loan for that solar, now you're talking $30,000 after you pay interest. Okay, that's 44 years return, ROI. You're never going to do it. You're never going to do it. If your electric bill doubled, it'd still be cheaper to keep your electric bill. So if you want to go all solar, you either need to have access to lumber for wood burning, or you need to live down south where you don't really have a winter. That's what you need to do if you want to do that. So, all right, I will see you guys later. Christmas is this Sunday, so you guys have a very Merry Christmas, or a Happy Hanukkah, or Kwanzaa, or whatever holiday you acknowledge or recognize this coming holiday. And then a week later, we have New Year's. So I'm not entirely sure if I'll do a stream next week. I guess depends. You guys message in the comments if you want a stream next week. If enough people say yes, I'll do one. Otherwise, I'll just post a video. I got to start making videos for these projects I've been working on, because nobody is going to rewatch these streams to see, these things. So I need to make a normal, 10, 12-minute video on how I did these, because nobody's going to watch an 8-hour stream to figure out how I did it. If you're not here live, you're really not going to rewatch it, for the most part. There are a few people who do, but for the most part, you're either live or you're not watching it. So that's it. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great holiday. Be safe. Watch out for drunk drivers. Don't drink and drive. Watch out for cold weather. We have a cold front coming through. Before Christmas? No. Before New Year's? Maybe. Christmas is in 4 days. It's the Sunday. There's a huge cold front moving through most of the entire United States. So be careful. Make sure you grab little supplies. If you travel for work at all, an appreciable distance, toss a blanket and an extra change of clothes and shoes in the trunk of your car. Your big issue is not going to be getting stuck and freezing to death. Your issue is going to be being uncomfortable because your socks or shoes got wet. And that will make you miserable. So toss an extra pair of sneakers or boots and an extra pair of clothes, underwear, socks, shirt, shoes, pants, everything, gloves. Just toss that, wrap it up in a blanket, toss that in your trunk. Take, 3/4 of a gallon of water and put that in your trunk. Don't put a full gallon, because if it freezes, it'll burst. Put 3/4 of a gallon so there's room to expand. You might be surprised. You get stuck in the snow, dehydration could become an issue. Make sure you got a charger and a battery for your phone, stuff like that. Make sure people know where you're going to be. Make sure if you have family at home, they know when you're leaving work and what route you're going to take. That's important. You might, if you have a long route, if you live where there's in snow country, actually, take a map, draw the route from work that you're going to take, so that, if you don't show up and they have to call rescue services, they have an idea of where you're at. You know, most it's probably not going to be a huge big deal. It all depends on how far south that Siberian plume dumps. If it just goes halfway down, well, the north is going to get snow. They know how to deal with snow. And the south is going to get real cold. However, if that plume gets far enough south, you could see freezing temperatures through all of Texas and even northern Florida. And you could see blizzard conditions as far south as Nashville. It all depends on how far this stuff goes. It's all guesswork. We guess. We could say, well, it's this or this, somewhere in between. So, you know, just be prepared. Be smart. It's been a long time since we've seen this much cold over this much of the U.S. If you don't typically have blankets at home, make sure you have some blankets. You know, blizzards could cause power outages, and then all of a sudden your nice, comfy, warm home isn't so nice, comfy, and warm anymore. Ask Texas about, you know, a year ago. You know, a lot of people died. People froze to death in their homes because the walls had no insulation, they had no heaters, and no power to run the heaters. You know, and you know, it's just, you know, they weren't prepared for it because they don't typically ever see weather like that. You know, it's like living on the Caribbean islands and preparing for a blizzard. Can you even find a jacket? Who sells jackets in the Caribbean islands? You see what I mean? So just be prepared, be smart, be safe, have fun. You know, treasure your family. When that family dies, you know, you don't get to say goodbye afterwards. One of the most appreciated aspects of my life that I appreciate in recent times is that the night before my dad died, we didn't fight. I helped him get out of the shower. I cleaned up his wound, you know, got him ready for bed. We talked, watched a little bit of 60 Minutes on TV. You know, it was casual, it was friendly. You know, he wasn't hurting or feeling any bad. I wasn't hurting or feeling any bad. We weren't fighting because we were doing a lot of fighting. All about money. It's always about money. He needed it. We didn't have enough of it. But that night before he died, no arguments, no fights. We were happy. We hugged goodnight. You know, I appreciate having that. It would have sucked to have had a massive blowout and then he dies next day. That'd be a shitty way to go. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that we had a good night before he died. So think about that. You know, say thank you. Say I love you to your family. You know, give them a hug if they weren't expecting it. Might be the last one you get. So treasure it. And remember, mean people taste good. Stupid people taste funny, but they're still perfectly edible. And politicians are absolutely divine, especially when they run. We like when they run. You guys have a great night.